Hey y'all, welcome in to our season 5 finale live after show. It's your good sis, Talk TV with. Thank y'all for joining me. This is going to be an interesting one. Drop your ratings for the episode, of course. Let's go ahead and get that out the way. Let's do ratings for the episode and then let's do ratings for the season. Yes, Dominic, we are live. Shout out to Dominic. Going to be moderating our chat tonight. Shout out to the members. Hey, boos. Key, Shari, hello. Mrs. Science was just here for the comments. Was good. Kobe was good. How are you? I appreciate y'all for being here. Um, I have literally I watched the episode maybe like 3 hours ago, fell asleep on it, and then in preparing for this live and trying to do my makeup, went back and watched the parts that I felt like I fell asleep on. So like that'll just give you the little gist, right? The little gist of where I'm at with it, but I have not debriefed with anybody. Hey Money Green Tay, hey Aaron M, shout out to you. Welcome in. I have not even spoken about the episode at all. And usually by now, y'all, I would have spoken with like Naya or Melissa and like vented some. Like I would have already done that, so I would have got a little bit out. So honestly, I don't know what's about to happen because I have yet to vent at all. Like at all. Shout out to IG. Hey, the IG live is open. That is literally going to be our call in line tonight. So if you want to join me on camera and say your thoughts, whether it's about the episode or the season, you can do so over on IG at ericavane.com, all spelled out. We're currently live. All you have to do is request me. Don't start your request yet, but shout out to everybody who is in the live right now on IG. Oh, come on. Look, First Lady material. Now this I got a low cut happening here. Y'all can't see it, but other than that, I appreciate it. Drop y'all's ratings for the episode in the chat. I gave y'all my little disclaimer of like I have yet to like prevent prevent. So it is what it is. Shout out to Jalen, first one I was up in here. Hey John, hey PPB, hey Jalen, hey Kathleen, how are you? Hey Bucket with your girl, RK Collection, Men's Talk Show. Lord have mercy. Men's Talk Show, welcome in, but don't be coming with no foolishness because the men's don't tend to like when Erica gets to talking because I be talking a little bit too much for some of the men's. And I'm sorry, your name is just it's giving me an orange flag, but welcome in, Nia Love. I'm sorry. Welcome in, Boo Princess Kyla Boo. Hey, honey, Trues. Hey, Trues. Well, I don't think you were here last week. What's up? How are you? Hey, Micah. Hey, Jamal. I'm doing good. How are you? Hey, Tony B. Hey, Mac. Hey, Black Butterfly. Hey, T. Hey, Shakana. How are you? Hey, Jay Tucker. Hey, Riri. Harlem NY. What's up? Yeah, you're a new face. Welcome to the live. Thank you for joining us. Um, Deanna, hey honey, how are you? Hopefully everyone is having a wonderful night. Hey Kimberly Felder. Shout out to all the members in the chat, y'all. The members have the special emojis at the end of their name. They're dope supporters, and I really appreciate all of y'all for being in here and for supporting me the way that you do. You are the best. Nia said I wanted to DM you so bad yesterday, Erica, because Lord, that episode was a mess. A lot of people have DM me, and they're still like I haven't read them, so I knew that something went down the episode. When my DMs blow up, I know that it's like literally something happened on the show, and typically it's All American, but it would be All American or Sisters typically, and I have so many DMs that I have yet to read just because I knew that people were reacting to the show. So you could have DM'd me. I just would not have seen it until after this live when I'm going to see everybody else's. Child, let me see. What were we saying? Ain't gonna lie. John said ain't gonna lie. I actually like this episode. The last scene made me drop my hot pocket though. Now I dropped your hot pocket, honey. She getting ready to cry in this. I'm not about to cry. I think I'm probably farthest from crying when it comes to All American at this point. I'm still kind of mad that we didn't get much football this season, but the episode dope. Interesting. Men's talk show said I was expecting something to go down with Miko and Patient. Something did technically go down. Now, if it was enough, who the hell knows? This episode was something. They went for shock value with those last 10 minutes. They definitely went for shock value, Micah. For sure. Mac Mac said finally the worst season is over. I'm not gonna hold you, but after I finished the episode, like finished watching the parts that I felt like I missed, I was like, okay, it's over. Thank you. John said that Erica smiled too much. She must have liked the episode. That does not mean that. That does not mean that at all. Keish gave the episode an 8. She kind of gives it a 7. Black Butterfly gives it an 8. Men's Talk Show gives it a 10 out of 10. And an 8 out of 10 for the season. Thank you, Princess. Tony B says season is 6.5, episode an 8. Patient's the only character that can get stabbed and have no emotional reaction. Are y'all about to be on one? Are y'all about to be on one in this in this session? Because I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. But just let me know if you're about to be on one. John gave the season a 4 out of 10 and gave the episode a 9 out of 10. Ooh, these ratings are all over the place, child. Nia Love says the episode was interesting. I use interesting, I think, the same way that you use interesting. Thank you, Dominic. Micah gives this episode is that a negative 8 out of 10 in the season of 6 out of 10? I cannot. Jay Tucker says, shaking my head, the show got too much going on. No word on Homecoming yet. It's not canceled. I would honestly, with the writer strike, it has made things even, it's going to push things back. So honestly, y'all need to prepare yourselves for fall television to be on a delay, because the writer strike is also delaying a bunch of things as well. And honestly, I think it's good news that we haven't heard that they are canceled, which means that there's still a lot happening. They're trying to figure out how to make it work. If it was like a complete no and nobody was actually rooting for it and the executive didn't want the show to happen, then they would have already announced it by now. So like, don't get down on the idea of like, oh, they haven't announced All American Homecoming's renewal, because they also haven't announced their cancellation, which means that stuff is happening in the background. For season finale, episode 7. Shari gives it an 8. Elizabeth, hey boo, gives it a solid 8. Wait, I think I skipped a bunch of stuff. Nia Love gives it a 6 out of 10. Jay Tucker, it was a 9 for me. Minus the proposal, you give it an 8, Aaron. Usually the episode is an NA out of 10. I was hoping for some Clay action. We're not gonna see Clay again until next season. Jordan and marriage, a match made in heaven. I cannot. Kofi gives the episode gives the episode an 8. The season's up and down. Some great episodes, others okay. So I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Okay. Jordan is a habitual proposer. I can't. Truth's give it a 7.5 out of 10. Show needs to reduce the episode count desperately. Yeah. Christina says 7.5. Jordan having 2 marriages in a year. Well, technically he didn't get married this year, but he was still married. And I'm going to save my commentary and let y'all get y'all's off. Ashley Monique says proposal and Spencer running through the airport was both corny and unrealistic, but it's a show, so it's whatever. I was entertained. I cannot. All American will reach 100 episodes after episode 10 of season 6. Oh, perfect. So then okay, perfect. then I feel like, okay, then they can go ahead and let it go. Once they reach the 100 episode mark and put themselves in like iconic air when it comes to television, then they could, do their thing. The ending left you with a lot of questions. I just hope Coop gets to her in time. Why would patients open the door without looking through the peephole? Why would patients open the door, see that it's that girl, wait there and stare at her, and then give her time to do that little stutter step forward to step? The whole thing, child. Neil Love says this was definitely the worst season. I already know. I was hyped for Jordan and Layla's proposal. Not you trolling me. Shari gives it an A. Oh, I read this. I think that's all the ratings. Did I do all the ratings? Season 6 out of 10 from Shari. I'm disappointed in myself that I gave in and watched it. Oh, it wasn't given season finale. I will say that Jada gives the season a 5.8, Riri a 6. The episode was a 5 out of 10. Patience knew she had a stalker, but just opened the door all freely. Just dumb. Overall, 8.5 rating from Harlem NY. Kitty, you not late, but we just getting started. Dominic says season 5 had some moments I enjoyed. The wedding episode, the Clay. What wedding episode? Is that a wedding episode? The Clay and Layla scenes and the Jabari scenes. His scholarship, like, yes. And Alicia, yes. But y'all could have kept it. Wait, somebody got married in season 5? Honestly, season 4 and season 5 have run together to me because it's all a bunch of, like, what happened and why. At least for me. Hey, Alicia. Welcome in. I'm very nervous because I'm about to say all my thoughts live and I haven't really processed it myself. And I'm trying to figure out how critical I want to be. Why does Jordan feel the need to be married? He's 19? What is the issue? Very great question. Kenny gives it a 7 because work was done by the actors and directors as well. Lights, cameras were held. You gave the crew a 7. And the story, not womp womp. There were too many filler episodes this season. I feel like the season was a filler season. Because, like, when we really think about it, y'all, what were the major points of the season? Like, the major moments, the turning point. Like, aside from Simone and Jordan's breakup, what else happened? Oh, Grace got married. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Grace got married. That was nice. I totally forgot about them, honestly. So the whole season was giving filler season. It was giving, y'all hold this real quick while we figure it out. Ashley Monique says Asher's dad was hella rude but not wrong. They are 19 years old. Y'all, so like, where are we gonna start? Okay, where are we gonna start? Because I think we need to categorize this by characters, I feel, and I fear. And I'm holding myself back because I feel like once I start, I'm just gonna go, and I don't want to do that. This is y'all's time, honestly, because I'm only here because of y'all. There's no way I would have watched this episode had y'all not been here waiting to hear my thoughts on it. Period. The 100 of y'all that are currently here. So where we gonna start? We're gonna start with Mr. Asher. I feel like that's a nice place to start. What we doing? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want to start with Mr. Asher. Start with Jordan. Jordan. If I start with Jordan, I'm going to need Jesus if I start with Jordan. I'm going to need him to come and sit down right beside me. Oh. Okay, if we want to start with Asher, put a 1. If y'all want to start with Jordan, put a 2. But I'm telling you, I don't want to start with Jordan. So if you care about me, Vote accordingly. Alicia's not gonna lie. I stopped watching after episode 4 of this season. It was a tough one. It was a tough one to get through. Okay, a bunch of ones. A bunch of ones. Yes, thank you, Lord. Hear me out. Asher's dad wasn't the villain they made him out to be. We can go ahead. We can talk about it. We can definitely talk about it. Let's start slow with Asher. That's what I'm talking about. See, this is why we see each other, Nia. Because let's start slow. We're going to start with Asher. Asher, you are 19. You are a part-time football coach and a full-time student and about to be a dad. Congratulations. You have turned your life around. You are no longer a raging narcissist and racist. And now you are a respectable young man who people can actually be proud to call friend. We love this for you. I have been saying this for quite a while. Asher's story in the All-American universe is done. He started one place. He has now arrived at another place. I don't see much other change. He's had some of the biggest transformation within the universe as we hope to see with characters. We have been able to see him at his very best. We have been able to see him at his lowest, and great all around. But at this point, y'all are just filling the seasons with random Asher stuff. You give this man a baby on top of a heart condition, on top of losing his football career and hopes and dreams, on top of raggedy mama and daddy that are in and out, and sometimes are better and sometimes are worse. Like, we don't need it. We don't need it. He overcame narcissism, he overcame racism, and he is, for the most part, over jealousy. I mean, he still got that little ick when it comes to Spencer, but it's tolerable. So we're pretty much good. We don't need this baby. We don't need y'all belaboring and beating a dead horse. Like, for me, his father said what I felt like Billy should have said, minus the "is it yours" to the girl's face. Like, the "is it yours" is supposed to come out to Asher one-on-one. But that's a very valid question. It's a very normal question, and it's not necessarily an evil question how they want to make it out to be. My issue with how they did Asher's dad in this episode is that we have already seen him make the transformation. When Asher lost football and his father had to actually be nurturing and caring and understanding and like realize that this was it and wasn't going to hold it against him as if his son was defective, that was the change. So like for them to invite him back and not give us any inkling this entire time, like they could have given us text messages, they could have given us random phone calls to show that they were still having a little bit of tension and he was still kind of the same. But to throw him into this finale episode, have him ask very real questions that a grown-ass man is going to ask his son and then villainize him for it, I'm like, wow, do y'all think that we are dumb? Because I remember actually being like, okay, his father is not that bad, which is the journey that y'all took us on. So now you want us to believe that he is this bad, and then you go as far as to say you are not going to be in my grandchild's life because he asked you very real questions that everybody else should ask? It is not realistic for you as a 19-year-old to get with a girl 4 months ago, 5 months ago. I don't even know when they got together because it's so random. Get pregnant. She's sick on on some whole other stuff. You just started college. You living in this random beach house. You barely have any money. Like, all of this stuff is happening, and don't nobody say anything about how you're going to afford the baby when you tell them that you are having a baby. Everybody just was like, congratulations, it's so amazing, which it can be. Babies are blessings. Cool, cool, cool. But nobody gets to ask how you going to afford this, how you plan to make it. Nobody? That's unrealistic. And to have Asher villainize his father for it is wild to me. And then also, and I don't even like Asher's daddy. That's the crazy part. Never did. Never rooted for him. Never liked his daddy. But then on top of that, like, I get that the question is wild to ask in front of Jamie of like, is it hers? I mean, is it Asher's? But also, your sister just came here 2 episodes ago cutting the fool and disrespected Asher like it was nobody's business. So you gonna cop an attitude now? When your sister had a very, very same sentiment, okay? Your sister was very much so, yeah, no. On top of the yeah, no for the baby, but then on the yeah, no for this white man that you with, girl. Like, but we gonna give Asher's daddy all the smoke? Make it make sense. We're gonna bring up the fact that he was a drunk. We're gonna do all of that. Y'all got him drinking icy. He didn't even come to the beach house drunk. Why do we need to bring that up? Why? It just So much of the writing this season has been very convenient. It's been, I want this to happen. I want this character to feel this or say this. So what can I get these other characters to do to make it justified that this person gets to say this? So Asher and JJ needed a moment to tell each other that they wouldn't be like their parents. So we get the daddy to come over, ask some real questions, and we get Asher to be able to villainize his daddy, so then now he can have that conversation with JJ. When you could have given us this season of Asher struggling with his daddy this whole time. And it don't even have to be huge moments. We didn't get to see Asher's dad a ton in previous season, but we got enough to set the tone of like, okay, something's wrong here. Okay, he's depressed and drunk. Okay, this and this. And then on top of that, like, what about the part when it comes to parents of like, they are people too? And I know that this is something that I have a perspective on because I'm older and I've gone through everything not everything, but I've gone through quite a lot with my parents, right? So I have gone through the judging them and criticizing them and like expecting them to be gods and expecting them to be perfect and all of that. And they're not, because they're people. So like, it's not wild to me for his father to say what he said in reference to his mother and his father. I mean, his mother and him had him young and they didn't make it. That man didn't want to divorce that lady. Like, he's still struggling with all of that. So that is the perspective that he's coming from. And for Asher to be a character that has gone through the things that he's gone through, learned what he has learned, and has been able to develop an emotional intelligence and communication and not have empathy for his father and understanding where his father was at and understanding what his father's perspective is not fair. It's just simply not fair. But let me see what y'all saying, because that's my little rant about that. And I have like thoughts about everybody, but I don't want to monopolize the whole joint. If you have things that you want to say about Asher specifically, you can request me now on the IG. Just go, we got you. Joy has special needs. I cannot. Because it's less to talk about. He should have put his hand. Shar, you think he should have put his hands on his dad? Really? I felt like I went back and rewatched that scene and I think I had like fell asleep on it. So like when Asher was talking with JJ, I was like, dang, what did the father do? Because I don't remember. I went back and I was like, that's all he did? Lord. Never thought I'd see the day where I partially agree with Asher's dad. Shari says Asher's dad was always the villain. Really? Asher's mom should have came back as well. What happened to Asher working at his stepdad's restaurant to pay him back for his loan? I think he already did that, or basically they like squashed it. That happened, I think, at the end of season 4. It's done. It needs to be his last season. It's time to start cutting screen time. It really is. Alicia says, I feel the same way concerning Asher and his father. The reaction from the vortex concerning the baby wasn't realistic at all. At all. Okay, Alexis, I just wish season 1 writers would come back. I would have to look it up because I don't even pay attention to who the writers are. But I would have to look it up and compare. About to be on one income too because she's a waitress and won't be able to work for a while. Yep. Layla was realistic about it when she and Jordan was talking about it. Lord have mercy. When we get to Layla, Lord help me. Please, God, put your hand on me, honey. Please, please, please. Asher's dad was kind of wrong for basically calling the girl a hoe. Like, okay, so that part was uncomfortable, but that wasn't a like, you ain't never gonna see me again. I don't know. I just felt like it was like OD. The reaction was so OD. Asher's convo with his dad could have been a phone call. It really could have. JJ bankrolling that baby depending on the wealth of his friends. Ooh, I mean, that feels very real. I figured we see some kind of storyline with the Bakers having financial issues, seeing that Laura bankrolling solo now. Well, Laura was carrying everything to begin with. And remember, Billy was he became principal, but before that he had given up his whole salary to pay for the football players. So like Laura been funding their whole life this whole entire time while Billy live out his little coach dreams. um when the writers remembered that JJ existed, he got some of the best writing of the season. Listen, points were made. Points were made. You would have rather seen the mom. No, because what was Asher really expecting? Like, did he forget he a 19-year-old broke college student? I didn't care how he wasn't expecting questions of concern. When I tell you I wanted Billy to say that, like when he told Billy first and Billy said, "You're going to do great. You got this." And that was it. I was like, I ain't saying you gotta beat the boy, but like, hello? I agree for TR says I agree for the most part, but I don't really think that his comment saying is it even yours is valid at all. Basically calling her a hoe. She hasn't done anything for that to even come into question. Right? But he don't know her. Like Asher also didn't introduce her to them, right? Like the dad don't know her. The mom does and the stepdad does. So he don't know nothing. And honestly, like I don't see a difference in the energy that Asher's dad had for Jamie than what Jamie's sister had for Asher. So like, but that's just me. I could be, glossing over it. The comment was unnecessary, but it also is typical. Like it's something that comes up in situations like this. It's not like unplausible. 100% rude, but people are rude sometimes. Kobe says, I think Asher was being more respectful with Jamie's sister, but Asher's dad was out of line for the comment. Like, how's he gonna say that in front of the girl? Like, have some respect, man, but I understand. I mean, he definitely should have had some respect, but I don't know. My issue is more so with the writers and how they did his father. Because even if they were going to make him the villain or like have this, they needed more build up to it for me to actually feel like, yeah, get Asher's dad. Because no, he was actually right. Those are all questions that we need answers to. Is it your baby? Is it your baby? What do you plan to do? How you plan to do it? Are y'all going to still live here? Hey y'all. How are you? Let me get y'all queued up over here. So I have Tony, I think is below me. On who is this on my Alicia? Which okay. And Kayla, you're okay, bottom, okay. Hey y'all. All right, we're gonna try to stay focused so we can get in and get out. And I'm glad we starting slow. Okay, bottom. Okay. Hey y'all. All right, we're gonna try to stay focused so we can get in and get out.
Right. Okay.
And I'm glad we starting slow.
For now.
Asher. What are our thoughts on Asher?
Not needed. Love him though, but not needed.
I really don't want to talk about Asher at this moment.
Oh Lord.
Well, why'd you request? That's where we at.
I know that's where we at, but I had like, cause some of the stuff happened like at the end, and like Asher was like off the brain, and we had to deal with Spolivia, and
well, no, we only talking about Asher right now. That's it.
Asher's daddy. I'm like, why did you even come back?
Because the writers needed to give Asher a moment.
Yeah.
Well, he could have had a mother with us. He had a moment with his mother.
Yeah.
Or just somebody.
No, to give Asher a moment of righteousness.
Yes.
And they have done that quite a bit this season. They have used other characters to springboard the self-righteousness for another character, which is wild to me, but okay.
Yes.
I do like the way that Asher stood up for Jamie, because that's exactly what he needed to do. Because the way he was talking to her was just like, you don't even know this girl.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Hello?
I know that's the problem. But like
That is the problem. They're about to have a baby and nobody knows nobody, honey. Like a full baby.
Like,
And
we should have got the
yet
whole
to even
family
see
together for
them
this.
have a dinner.
Yes, that would have been great. Getting the whole family together.
Yeah.
writers.
Oh my God. They could have brought the mama, the stepdaddy, and the daddy, and then the daddy could have been reacting because he don't want to be in the room with the stepdaddy and he giving negative energy. Like, I just felt like they didn't give enough plausibility for him to come off that. Like, nothing about what he did didn't seem like it wasn't fatherly. Or it wasn't weird. I mean, or was weird. It wasn't weird to me. Even him saying, like, is it even yours? Like, yes, that's awkward and rude, but
it's a fair question. Because they don't know her. That's a very fair question.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't want to step on the toes, but that's a very fair question.
Yeah.
When you just find out the clear blue that your child is about to have a baby, you know they can't afford nothing because they, you know, living on a college lifestyle. So they living with roommates. So clearly he cannot afford to have a child. And the parent come in and you just springboard this. You don't even give them an opportunity. And it seemed like to me, like, you know your parents. Mm-hmm. It seemed like to me he should have had a one-on-one with him and his dad first before even bringing Jamie into the picture, because again, he don't know that girl. But you do know your daddy gonna act a fool and cut up. We do know one thing for sure.
It's like,
you know, but that's have always been him. When he get bad news, he always hear bad news, and like whatever come up, come out type of dad is how he's always been. And it don't necessarily always have to do with alcoholism or anything like that. He just rubbed me off as the type of person that what come up, come out. And so even though it is an inappropriate statement to make in front of a person, it's a very valid question when you don't know a person, when you've never met a person, and the first interaction is, oh, we pregnant. I can tell you right now, my mama would have definitely asked that question.
No.
And she probably would have asked that question with me, and I'm the one carrying a baby. Is this your baby, boo? Just being real, because you don't know that person, and you don't know what background they're coming from. You know nothing. And I think all the other stuff that he said outside of, oh, is this your baby, was spot on. And what a parent would ask. Like, I give Billy Baker, I give him a little pass because he was no longer in a parental role. He was more on a friendship level because they had graduated and they were looking at more, not as peer-to-peer thing, but definitely as more friendship than, oh, I have authority over you. But as a parent, you're always going to be your child's parent. It ain't never supposed to be friends. Okay, it ain't never gonna be that type of relationship when you are a parent. So as a parent, it is incumbent upon you to ask these important questions, because at the end of the day, no matter how old your child get, you still have some type of feel responsible for them and the choices that they make, and you still will feel like you have to save them or to help them out of negative or bad situations. And when you feel like there are in situations that you don't necessarily agree with, it is your job as a parent to question the behavior, question the choices that's being made, to get your child to think, to make corrections as necessary. And again, I think we touched on this last time, but again, they still have not had the very real conversation of, hey, do we keep the baby? Do we not keep the baby? They really didn't have that conversation for me. It's always just been, we gonna do it, and that's just the end of it. And it's my body, my choice, when it really could have been different avenues. We saw Simone do the adoption thing. We saw, we haven't talked about it, but she could have had an abortion. That could have been a legit conversation. You know, that's the big elephant in the room. They're 19. She having unprotected sex. How is this not a question? And how is it offensive to ask
you
the
have
question?
an autoimmune disease in which pregnancy threatens your life more.
Yeah.
So, like, how do we not even have that conversation?
They live in a la la land. where everything just all fun and sparkles, and it's like, nah. Cause I just know if it was my mama, oh, she would put me to the side real quick.
Yeah.
And it was
Which
clear
every
that
parent
Paul
would
had
do.
never met her before, because shout out to the actor who plays Ash's dad, because I think he did a great job with a very short amount of time and a little bit of material. I paid attention to when he walked in and seeing them hold hands while they went to go sit down, and he like made a point to like look at that, and he's like, so
What's really going
He didn't
on?
even know he had a girlfriend, let alone.
Right. Like, I felt like I was watching him process, like, oh, wait, this is serious. What is, like, all of that was happening on his being. And then he sat down, and then you tell me this, and then now I have to reply with the perfect responses for you. Like, sir, be for real, Asher. And this is another thing, like, when it comes to certain characters, I expect after you have gone through some stuff for you to learn and adjust. And that's why I'm hard on Olivia in certain areas too, because it's like, you have lived this. Like, you have lived saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing a lot. So like, the first thing that you have to say is like, you ain't gonna be in my life.
Yeah.
What if
that
to you?
Yeah. No, something I kind of thought about with more so with Asher's love life is, it was like Mr. and Mrs. Montez, like daughter, and they have that whole thing, and then she vanished, and then old girl pops up now, and it's just, I always kind of thought about that, like, where did she go? Like, you with, like, I always was thinking, like, is she gonna pop back up, maybe cause some tension, or like, I'm just like, I feel like that, like, I know a lot of people ain't like her character, but like, I feel like that would have brought a little bit more to Ash's character, rather than just, oh yeah, meet the waiter girl, cool, she vanished, like, I don't know.
To me, it would have made more sense for her to end up pregnant than this, for sure. But,
like, they just ripped her out and said bye bye.
I literally forgot. Now that you bring that up, I literally forgot about Vanessa.
And I'm like, dude,
I did. I forgot about her.
And I guess I always thought about that, because I'm like, you working with her dad, and like, you was feeling her. And I'm like, I always thought like a point of contention, like, oh, Jamie versus Vanessa or something, maybe would be a little bit more interesting. Asher just gets very much B plot, side character, just here for everyone else. Like, it's not, I don't know.
I think it could have been, like I said, this could have been a decent storyline if they would have, interjected the real things that happen when a person get pregnant. Now, you telling me she pregnant with lupus and did not once think about abortion? She did not once think, oh, is this the right move? Like, not even necessarily saying, no, I'm not going to do it, but having doubt. Like, I was married when I got pregnant. I still had doubt. Like, is this the right time? We ain't got no money. Like, just all the things. I'm still in school. I'm still learning, whatever. It's just natural to have doubt when you are about to go through a major change. And believe me, having a child is a major change in your life. And it's not to be toyed with.
Yeah.
So to not see her have any apprehension, it's kind of like La La Land. It's kind of like Disney World, girl. Like, what are we really for real?
Because it's like,
because you don't have no trepidation. You don't have no, like, at all. You don't have no insecurity. You're just like, this is what it is. This is what it ain't, and whatever. Really?
I'm like, you freaking out about marriage and not wanting to get engaged.
Right.
You're not freaking out about like marriage, really keeping this kid.
Not about having a baby. Girl, the labor pains alone will get you down on your knees. And that is just the truth. So you more worried about being married to a man that you live with, about to have a baby with, but you not worried about having that baby. You know that's etched in stone. It's just not like logical. Like, they gotta think things through a little bit better for me. Yeah. But overall, I thought it was decent. I am agreeing with you, Erica, in the sense that I don't like how they did the dad, because we did see the growth in him. We did see him mature when he got when Asher had the heart problems, and how he said his dad was there for him. He was calm. He was collected. He was able to move forward. We did not see no teeter-totter or back and forth with how he's reacting to these things. So to see him come right in and just be, you know, old dad, you know, that was kind of sad to see, because we did see that growth in him. So I do feel like it, you know, I mean, maybe it would have been better if the mama would have said, is that the baby?
Right.
You know, and maybe it wouldn't have been as harsh, I think, because a man kind of coming at a woman like that, it is like, ooh, you know, you doing too much. But a woman, maybe she could have probably got away with it a little bit more.
Right.
Or like even in the episode.
Wait, because you weren't able to say what you wanted to say, but I think your mic is muffled, so they couldn't hear you trying to speak up. Layla, I believe.
Can you hear me now?
It's low.
Take off my earpods.
Oh no.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like he hasn't really been in the season. I feel like even if they had said like you know, there's a reason why I didn't tell you about my relationship to begin with, or like just added something to, you know, say why him and Asher hadn't really been talking and we didn't see any scenes. Maybe that even could have added like a little bit more to it. But I'm like, it just literally like he just came out the blue, and I'm just like, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kofi, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Hey. When we're talking about my boy Asher, I agree with what Erica was saying. Honestly, it would have probably hit a little bit more different if this had been Asher's mom that had come to visit them, because Asher's mom would have given that same energy, and low key she wasn't always like supportive, even when Asher was trying to, you know, go through what he was trying to go through to try and play football again. Remember how he was saying, "Hey, I need you to hope for me," when he still tried to play, and then he got into it with Mrs. Montez. So it's like, but I understood why he felt the need to, you know, go at his dad like that, because, you know, he's gone through this period of growth. But, you know, honestly for him, I hope nothing happens to this baby, because we don't need any more problems with Asher. I think he's redeemed himself for a long time, but I get what y'all are saying about it's not realistic that there hasn't been a conversation about
As a party type of thing, would have been like, hold on, you really want to do this? We losing the party, we losing the fun. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Even if it was more lighthearted,
had it like that, maybe would have been better. But I don't necessarily think it's not logical that friends would just, okay, you having a baby, you gonna keep it, okay, cool, you know, and just have a more positive outlook versus giving all the negative things. But I do feel like the parents for sure should be reigning hell.
well, you know what, maybe it'll all work itself out. Maybe in season 6 they'll fix it. With 13 episodes, I think now you can get rid of a lot of the filler and just get straight to the point with Asher, because like everybody, I think Asher's still going to be there. So their main thing is just going to be him and Jamie and this baby. And hopefully, you know, he'll just keep doing what he's doing, playing the support, man. That's all I want for him. I know he wasn't our favorite character from the beginning. Lord knows what this man was season 1, but he's come full circle. And, like, I like that from my boy. Side note: there was a funny moment when in the last episode, Spencer did make a joke about like he can't stay malicious. Like, where's Jamie at? And then he's like,
Yes.
But you know what? They good though, so good for. So hopefully this boy is healthy and we can bring some happiness to. Well, I can expect to be a very chaotic season 6, given how season 6 ended. That was pretty shocking. We're not talking about it right now, but yeah.
Okay.
So
Gonna have a vortex, baby. Lord, they finna be like, that's all they child.
And they barely raising. You know what? I'm just here.
they're probably gonna name him Billy after Billy. Honestly, if it's a boy, if they have the baby, they're gonna name him after Billy. I could see Asher naming him William or Billy. Billy as a nickname or something. So, yeah.
Maybe as a nickname, but not as a real name, because then you forget that he did have kids. Like you don't give a chance for Asher. I mean, not Asher, but you don't give a chance for Olivia or Jordan to have a namesake for their dad. So I don't know if that would be.
I mean, that's in the real world, but the way they going, everybody's gonna be happy that they took the name first.
Girl,
everybody's
kind of pissed.
At all times.
Yeah, I'd be mad.
I would.
Or at least
mad. No, you don't take my mama name.
You would be mad, but this is all American. Everything that everybody does, except for Spencer, is okay, and we are all happy about it at all times.
I would be so upset if somebody took my mama name.
These are the rules. These are the all American rules.
The vortex
I would
rules.
eat it, honey. Like,
as
okay,
long as Olivia gets to come and say, you want this baby name, but I'm gonna let you have it because you're my friend.
Oh God. Please don't.
Girl, if she do that, I'm gonna roll out. I was like, Erica called it, honey.
Kofi, I'm gonna drop you down so I can let Kayla speak before we move on to the next person, okay?
All right, that's no problem.
Child, I agree that the kids should be able to have first dibs, but the way this sitcom be running, honey.
Or probably make it like a middle name.
Sorry, guys, my earpods had messed up.
Oh, no worries, but that's better. What were you trying to say about Ash, honey?
Okay, so what was I trying to say? Because that just messed me all up. But see, I would have expected the way his dad had came at him. Like, I feel like he could have said it in a better way.
100%. 100%.
He could have said that in a better way. Like, because I understand, like, the way Jamie's sister was telling them, like, first of all, they already know they're too young to have a child. So, but also, since Jamie has lupus, I understand why her sister would be scared, because I'm kind of going through that too, because I have epilepsy and I'm 22. So, yes, I am scared to have a child. So when you have an illness, and I feel like that's what all women feel like, but they have like seizures and lupus or cancer, like any other things at a young age, that yes, you're going to be scared to have a child, and it's a million side effects. Like, I always ask my doctor, like, do I have to still take my medicine when I'm pregnant? Like, is it gonna do anything? And sometimes they say, I don't know, and then they say, like, maybe not, and I just be like, that's not a good enough answer for me. So I do understand, like, why her sister was so worried, but now I never liked Asher's dad. I never did. Ever since probably like the first season, whenever they introduced the man, I never liked Asher's dad. I don't know if I like his mother at this point. I probably don't like neither one of his parents. But Asher has grown Asher has really grown into I didn't like Asher in the first season, period. But he has grown into a character that I've grown to like, because I'm like, he's like I guess he learned so much from Spencer, since Spencer's the one that really helped him out in the first season. When he had his party and they had crashed his father's car. I remember Spencer helping out with that. And you learned, like, Spencer, yes, I understand that he took both of your girlfriends, but technically he didn't take them. They broke up with you. But at the same time, I'm like, he has helped you, did all this growth, and he didn't even have a father figure in his life. Like, Spencer's father wasn't even there. So the fact is that don't even listen to, I'll say probably don't even listen to your dad. I understand that y'all are young, but if you say that you want to have this baby, then I'll say that she needs to have every doctor's opinion on if she can have it or not. Because I don't really look up lupus too much. I don't really know like the side effects of it, but I do know about like epilepsy and cancer and all that type of stuff. So I do feel like that when it comes to having a child, just see that because some kids, like when they pregnant, and when you're pregnant and like if you take your medicine, that, and they, because they did tell me that like if I take my medicine while I am pregnant, that, and if like, because the baby like basically eats everything that you have like in your body, that it can probably have a side effect to it, and you probably don't, because you want to have like a really healthy baby, like really, because I'm trying not to get emotional. So, because I do be thinking about this stuff a lot. So, I'll just say, like, if they want to keep the baby, they still have time because she's still not showing yet. So, it's really, really up to Jamie if she wants to keep it or not. But
Damn,
I'll say, like, they need, I know they do have time,
no,
but they also do
because
need,
they just found out what
by
the
the time
sex is.
Olivia
They
comes.
know
yeah,
it's a boy, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
They don't have time because they like. I think they're trying to say that she's 6 months
Yeah.
because they say Olivia is
So
going
she's still
at
early.
time.
No, that
And
ain't early.
honestly, like this just thank you so much for being vulnerable and opening up to
Yeah.
share that with us, because this just kind of makes me a little bit more frustrated in that your story is right there and they could have told it.
Yeah.
Like we didn't see none of Jamie's internal thoughts. She's now living in this beach house and she's amongst all these. We're not seeing any of that. We're only seeing her get mad at Asher about asking the doctor stuff because she actually has all this other
You're
stuff
supposed
going on.
to, like,
We
you're
see
supposed to
her
ask these
get mad about
questions.
a proposal. We don't see how she feels about the actual kid at all. Like,
Yeah.
and that's real. Like, you're living that. So I can only imagine how many other young people who might have autoimmune situations or things that are going on physically for themselves that are watching. And it's like, well, I wonder if I'm going to be able to have kids too. But then you never see that actual representation shown. And this is the prime opportunity. Like, it makes me think of like, well, why in the hell did y'all make her pregnant? If we weren't going to if we weren't actually going to explore it.
And the thing is, why pick Jamie to get pregnant knowing that she has lupus? I feel like that was like to me, like, that's
And
probably
don't
like the worst
explore
storyline.
that
Yeah.
issue of health and illness in a pregnancy.
Yeah.
I totally agree. That
Because
was a missed opportunity.
like with me, my boyfriend always asks me questions like, "Are you sure you want to have kids? Are you sure?" Like, yes, I want to be a mother. Like, if you and I, he's never actually witnessed me have a seizure. Never actually witnessed it because they come automatically. Sometimes I can remember what happened, sometimes I don't. So he never actually witnessed it, but I did like kind of like break it down to him of like what does happen, because when I do have one, mom or my grandparents, they tell me what happened. They say, well, like, because I have the last one I had, I know it's actually called, but it comes like from my eye, like, because I started like seeing color, and that's the actual time like I actually got up and like actually tell myself get up and go to somebody. But like the other ones that I have is basically where you black out and like your whole body shakes and like you feel like you gotta throw up. So I always have them in the bathroom and like I fall out. Now those ones, since I hit my head, I don't really know what happens. So they have to, like, when I wake up, and plus seizures are like really exhausting. Like, I mean, really, really exhausting. It's not really like Like when you get home from work and you just want to go to sleep type. Like it's been like you probably sleep for like I don't know how long I'll be sleep. Probably I'll say probably like over 2 hours at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, like
And
it makes your body just really exhausted and weak.
And that's all they can explore. Even the medical episodes that they talked about with Jamie, all of them were off screen. So it really just feels like, why in the hell are we looking at this?
Yeah.
And why in the hell is this character here? But again, thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
We are going to move on. Let me jump back to YouTube really quick. And if you want to say something else about another character, just request me again.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the Asher talk. See y'all in a few.
Hey.
All right, y'all. Where are we going next? Thank you again to Kayla for being so vulnerable and open and sharing and really just using herself to spotlight an area of opportunity. And honestly, that is something I would want to see. I think that's a perfect example of like, I have said this a couple times and I don't know if people actually get it, but like when I say that I don't really care about Jamie yet, it's because I don't know nothing about her. And had we gotten those internal thoughts or just moments to get a peek inside of the way that she thinks or how she feels, I think that they would have been able to do a better job of getting people to buy into Jamie as a part of this vortex now. Them doing things to raise money for her hospital bills that we never actually get to see her in the hospital. We never actually get to see why people care so much about, her specifically and what's going on with her. It wound up being a disservice. They wound up doing Jamie a disservice, if you ask me. Let me fix this really quick. Who is next? I like that we started slow and it's taking a little bit longer, y'all, but I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know right now. I'm not talking about Spolivia to the end because I'm going to say what I got to say about Spolivia and I'm probably going to check out from there, just to be quite honest with y'all. And I will deal with all the backlash later because, people just love to watch my content pissed off at my opinions. Who we talking about next? Wait, where's my chat? I need this to refresh, I guess. All my messages are gone. Where did they go? Okay, y'all saying patience. Rainy Day Studios, we've only covered Asher. We have not gotten that far at all. Let's talk about Patience and Coop next. Jordan, Patience. Kofi says Patience. Money Green Tay says Patience. They might got pull rank, y'all. And we gonna go to Patience. Aaron M says Patience. So we going to Patience and we gonna throw Coop in there along the way. Y'all, why the heck did they have Miko stab Patience? Like, it was just so random. Am I the only one who just felt like that was very random? I get it. We were leading up to Miko is dangerous and she just ridiculous, but like, we couldn't find nothing else to do. We couldn't have her run up on her at the Slauson Cafe. We couldn't have her come by the studio. Like, we couldn't even have her have at least a little bit more obstacles before she's even able to get to Patience to show exactly how hurt and vengeful she was. Because we were talking about this last week on a live, right? And we talked about how we didn't think that Miko was going to hurt Patience, but we could see her hurting Layla or people around her. And I feel like the way they presented her, it did give that profile of that person not all there, because I don't want to say crazy, who idolize this person, and it's almost like Patience is the precious. So I didn't anticipate her to actually hurt Patience, but okay, cool, she did. But like, the way that it happened, it was just so corny, it was so trite, it was so convenient, at least to me. What are y'all's thoughts? Shakana says it was stupid. For real, Rainy Day Studio says, no, for real, out of all things, stabbed. Okay, so Dream Ryan, shout out to you. Shout out to you because that is the way that I actually rationalized this in my brain. I said Selena Yolanda. Once it went off, I was like, I really didn't think that this lady would actually hurt her, but maybe she is the Yolanda to Selena. I literally said that. So shout out to you. Yes, I think that that's where they were going with this. Rainy Day Studio said, this is not a thriller movie. I don't know if they know what they are anymore. Because even at the top of the episode, which we ain't talking about Spencer right now, but at the top of the episode, the whole dream nightmare thing with Spencer and the spoof on London Talk was all. I was like, what am I watching? What is happening here? Aaron says, I thought she might be kidnapped. Nia Love says, I'm here for Patience and Coop getting back together. Maybe, and she said maybe they thought we had enough folks getting shot. Well, like she could have drugged her or something. I mean, I'm not going to try to run down all of the terrible things she could have done as a villain, but also it just, I don't know if it gave what they thought it was going to give. Y'all know what I'm saying. It didn't give what it was supposed to give. Alicia says, I was waiting for the violence to return to All America, but not like this. It don't feel real. When Sean got shot, it felt real. When Coop got shot, Mo was the worst villain in All American history, but it still felt real. Neil says the execution was terrible. It was random. Like we needed a little bit more build up on her point of view. For real. All we get is the top of the episode, Patience talking to Layla, and Layla is still telling her to stay away. She's like, you think she's going to hurt herself? And then we don't see nothing else about it until the girl comes and hurts you. Like, huh? Elizabeth Lazarus says it would have made more sense if Miko had injured herself. Didn't they allude to her being a cutter? Kimberly says, I guess enough people got shot, so they went for the stab instead. I actually cannot, because Nico loved Patience, shaking my head, obsessed over her. I feel like hurting herself would make more sense because she hurt Patience and will want to punish herself. That's what Rainier Day Studio says that. Istania says, then why did Patience know she crazy and gonna stare at her though? Do I give her opportunity? She opened that door and said, Miko. Oh. Y'all like, huh? Kobe said she definitely dressed the part, but the real one, Patience, dragged her on social media in 519. It was only a matter of time. At least when Coop got shot, Preach was there. Patience is by herself. Y'all think Patience gonna make it? If you want to share your thoughts on Patience, you can go ahead and request me over on IG. Micah says I started the episode thinking, what the hell? It ended the episode the same way. Why did Patience get back to the house so quick? Why did Patience get back to the house so quick? Wait, where was she before then? Ciao. The Mac says, what would honestly fix All America is moving to a different network with different writers, because I think we're always going to find things that just doesn't make sense. I agree, the stabbing was very random and poorly executed, but it didn't used to be like that. Seasons 1 and 2 were GOAT. I don't trust them with the show. That's real. That's very real. Shari says, Patience moving to Beverly Hills must have forgotten the basic stuff you learned while growing up in the hood, because girl, why you answer that door knowing damn well that girl was stalking you? I also am like, why don't we have any kind of security? Why is the gate open? How is she even able to walk up to the house? Like, I just don't understand. Not Miko running away from the scene of a crime. There's at least should be a struggle or something. Make it make sense. Child, yes. Don't people usually peep out the window when someone knock at the door? Usually, but not in the All-American universe, I suppose. Why did she open the door without looking out the window? She been in Beverly Hills too long. Facts. Why Patience open? Everybody said why she opened the door. She got too comfortable. Shari says, I would have been here for Miko setting the studio on fire. That would have made sense. Ooh. Taking her music away. Like, you can't. Yeah. Stabbing her in the gut. And then she ran off. She didn't even like. I would have also understood it better if she like did it and then had a moment of like, oh my god, I can't believe I did it. And then she tried to hold Patience, and then she had some kind of weird like caressing her, but she's angry, but she's like so happy to be so close to Patience. But then they would have had to give her more time to actually show that. And I guess they're trying to still allude to whether Patience is gonna die or not. And I'm like, but even that would have given me a little bit more in that scene. That scene was all of 30 seconds, and I'm like, y'all could have kept it. There were so many other things that they could have done. Child. Miko hurting herself would have made more sense and set up for a storyline Patience next season. Yeah, all we got right now with Patience is she alive or is she not? And it's like, okay. We started we left season 3, right? And coming into season 4 with Coop that way. I don't know. And Coop and Patience, like I knew that Coop did not want to make amends with Sky because of how she felt about Patience. They were like literally dropping those damn hints so hard in the last 2 episodes. But also, I think what I'm struggling with is like believing that everybody in one friend group finds the loves of their lives in high school or the first year in college and they stay with them. Like everybody in this friend group do that? Every single person? I'm not buying it. I'm just really not buying it. They were going for shock value. Simple as that. They were definitely going for shock value. It gave Tubi. It gave Tubi. Y'all keep trying to make me drag Tubi with y'all, and I'm not gonna do it. It's given Full House. The door is always open. Now you know Coop gonna be the one to find her, and it's gonna put them back together. I cannot. Hey, Cindrika, welcome in, honey. But Miko wouldn't have held her or apologized because Miko's supposed to be emotionless, making Layla right. No, so I'm not saying held her necessarily in like for the emotions, but it felt like Miko gave me like I want to be in your skin obsessed. So like in a moment of like Patience now wounded and can't fight back, this will be the one opportunity for her to touch her, to do whatever she will want to do or have been wanting to do, because being her biggest fan and having coffee with her is not enough. So I would have wanted to see other weird obsessive things. Like her just running off felt like you don't actually really want to hurt her. You just love her this much, but like where's that part of it at least for me. Touch her, to do whatever she will want to do or have been wanting to do, because being her biggest fan and having coffee with her is not enough. So I would have wanted to see other weird obsessive things. Like her just running off felt like you don't actually really want to hurt her. You just love her this much, but like where's that part of it at?
She was still looking. Maybe she had hid a bug in the house somehow, or in her backpack or something. Mm-hmm. You know, something to give us the fact that she was still not. As like a no with the stabbing, I don't mind it. I do think they should have did a little bit more leading up to it. Maybe she still was stalking. Maybe, you know, even if they didn't know she was still looking, maybe she had hid a bug in the house somehow, or in her backpack or something. Mm-hmm. You know, something to give us the fact that she was still knowledgeable. Because if you remember, Patience was at the beach house. So how did Miko know she was at home, honey?
Right. As soon as I'm going to see somebody I'm not supposed to see, that door is going back closed.
Right. But that's definitely true. But old girl had the knife with her, so she was planning on stabbing. Somebody was gonna get stabbed. So you know, was she just gonna stab the first person that walked in, that came in the house, or opened the door, or how did she know Patience was there?
Right.
and we didn't. I feel like that's the part that we're missing. How did we know Patience was there? You know, because again, she was with everybody with the group at the beach house. It would have been better for me if we would have saw her kind of stalking them at the beach house, you know, and then she ended up there. At least we
her.
Yes, at least then we get a chance to see something. Whereas like now it's just like kind of like you said, threw together at the last second, and then like, oh well, I don't really care for the stabbing. You could have kept it. Where it could have been dramatic, but I'm kind of wondering now, why every year we got to have a death or some type of killing? I mean, I know it is dramatic and death is a part of life, but you don't die every year. Somebody ain't coming out the house. Somebody is not in a tragic, tumultuous situation every year. And we can have drama in a different way than a death. Like literally before this, it was Coop. And before this, it was Layla on the balcony on
the cliff,
threw off the cliff. I mean, Spencer got shot. I mean, come on. We don't have to have death as like the shocking thing.
And if
like,
you're gonna have it be natural and not arbitrary, because you have to have a character with an autoimmune disease that is pregnant that you send away and for a couple episodes because she's in the hospital, but death don't come up then, but death magically come up now for Patience.
Yeah.
Patience.
Yes. And that stabbing scene was ridiculous. Why she not screaming, trying to get to a phone?
Yeah.
Why she just laying out on the floor? Like, that's not logical. Like, if you get stabbed, first of all, you're gonna holler because that shit hurt.
Yeah. They said she was in shock. She ain't know what to do.
Okay, even if you is in shock, I mean, they teach you. Now I don't know if you know. I'm a little medical, but they teach you don't pull the knife out. They teach you.
They do
teach you that. Don't pull the knife out. FYI, if you're on the line, you get your ass stabbed. Don't pull the knife out.
Like, you start
keep
applying
it in there.
pressure.
That's what's keeping you from dying.
I was like, also Erica, she's a singer. She don't know.
She don't know that.
I'm not a singer either, but that's common sense.
Okay, but I'm gonna give you a pass for that. But why you not running for the phone?
Yeah.
Why we not trying to call 911?
Like, she went to go rest herself.
Like, where is the struggle? And I do agree with you too, as far as saying, hey, even if you're not struggling, you should be at least had a struggle with her. I do agree. It shouldn't have been a quick little stab because you from Compton, right? Ain't that Compton?
She's from
Crenshaw.
Crenshaw, yeah. You from them seas. I knew it. You from Crenshaw, girl. You know what to do. Now stop playing. Like you ain't never bucked up.
Like, girl, I know you got into a fight before. Like, what you doing? Like they said, she's been in Beverly Hills too long. She got soft.
There's no way somebody about to jab a knife at me and I ain't even gonna swing. Come on now.
Right. I'm not gonna do nothing but just stand there, doe-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Somebody said that in the chat, like, Patience is the only one that gets stabbed and just had no reaction. Who does that?
No.
Like, where is the scream? Where is the plea? Where is the, like, even if she got stabbed and pulled the knife out, like, where is her, like, kind of crawling, trying to get somewhere?
I feel like
you don't lay down.
I feel like they should have did something like more with her stalking her, like her breaking into the house, like lurking in the shadows, or like something more with her watching her. Cause I'm just like, yeah, she's gonna come out of nowhere and just shank, bye. Like,
right.
They said, oop, jump scare.
Unable to join. You gotta go out and come back in. Cause I'm trying to accept you, but it's saying unable to join.
But I feel like they doing this to try to push Coop and Patience back together, which I hate. Cause for me personally,
take all that because Coop was coming back regardless.
Yes, and Patience had already been wanting to get back with her. It was Coop who said no first.
And that's what irritates me because I'm like,
so all this ain't even necessary.
I'm like, are we going through a regression? I'm like, you literally said you didn't want to go backwards, which is why you ended things with her. But now you still going back, and it's like, what is you doing? You going back on your word? Like,
I love Chelsea. I think that she's great. But at this point, I'm done with the bait of killing people or death on the table. They did this. They need to commit.
It's
to
enough.
It. They need to commit. No,
yeah,
no,
I agree.
To it. It's time for her to go. She pulled that knife out. There's nobody there. There is no saving her.
No,
I don't want to
agree.
Have Renicon with something.
Huh?
I definitely agree.
Or something. I don't know.
I think they need to commit to this.
I definitely agree. And it's not even that I don't like Patience. I love the Patience that we met. Yeah. I thought she was really dope. So I liked that Patience. This new Patience I really didn't care for. I do agree. I can see how you can be insecure coming up in the music industry and being ridiculed. I could see that, but they didn't do enough for me to really show her insecurity and how you navigate through that.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't mind if they kept that throughout and made her that. And then now you have a thing with Coop and how she's going to handle that situation and how the Vortex handle it. Because really and truthfully, you really think about it, Monica for records, Patience, according to how it's going down, she the only only artist that she got.
Saying that they need to go ahead and commit to it, because at this point, that's the only thing that's going to really spark people to have a real storyline.
Yeah.
Layla, what you gonna do now that you got one artist dead on the label that's built around this one artist?
Right.
Cool. You could have taken her back and been with her, but you decided not to for whatever your reasons were, even though she should have been the one breaking up with you because you was trying it the entire time. Cool. And now she dies before you're able to actually reveal that you want to be with her. What does that actually do to her? And then what does it do to the entire Vortex?
Right.
Because they keep losing people. They need to commit to this.
Like,
and Chelsea, if you ever see this, honey, I actually love you, and I'm praying that you get booked on something dope next. But you gotta go. Somebody gotta go. And then they already stabbed her, so now they gotta commit.
Look, I feel like someone in the friend group dying would be a lot more interesting.
I mean, they already got her stabbed all up.
Billy died, but here, y'all committed to Billy dying, so y'all can go ahead and release Patience.
The fans would be like, now we got 2 deaths and
but y'all got Spolivia, so we ain't going there. We're not there yet, but listen, they get that. We're gonna have to get Patience snatched up out of here. Y'all better commit. That's all I know.
I do agree, like committing to her death would open the door for new stories to be told, new avenues to go down, and how people navigate a big friend death. That is a big thing. She is a big character in the Vortex. She's not like, pop in, pop out. She actually lived with the girls. So, things like, what do you do with her room? What do you do with her music? What do you do with the love that you have for her? Those are like 3 different stories that can really be told.
Yeah. Yep.
And give an interesting perspective on all 3.
And apparently,
but are they gonna do it though?
We are in a story recession when it comes to All American Universe. Like all the story we can get. Okay?
Right. Girl,
okay, I am accepting you. I don't know what is going on. Anything else y'all want to add about Patience or Coop?
Coop just irritating me.
Coop really did not irritate me, because sometimes you have to lose things or remove yourself from situations to really find out what you want in that situation. I'm kind of glad that they did break up, because they did have such a tumultuous relationship. They had a lot of things going on at one time.
They should have, but it should have been Patience breaking up with her ass.
I do agree. I do agree.
Patience
I feel like Patience did break up with her, or said, hey, we need a pause for a minute. And then they kind of regressed back. So I do feel like, because of Coop's, honestly, I'm gonna just be real, I feel like Coop is a needy person in the relationship. And because of Coop's neediness, it kind of pulled Patience back in. And then Coop was, once Coop finally did break up or say, okay, we're done, I think we should keep it this way. I feel like that was their opportunity to explore, which they should have, because it is not like logical, as you said, that you're going to find your soulmate, your first love. I mean, who am I to talk? I got married at 18. I did
But
find my
did all
first love.
your friends? Did all your
Say it
friends?
again?
Did all of your friends?
No.
That's
I was the only one.
what I'm saying. It's like, y'all want to give me Spolivia? Y'all want to give me Jordala? Y'all want to give me, what the hell is that?
I don't know if they have.
Jasher?
Yeah.
Jasher? Y'all want to give me like, all, like, this is not real.
Yeah, it's not.
Y'all have
It's
got
not.
to be kidding me
And
right now. It's
then
not
what's
real.
crazy too is the Playboy, the person that they could have bouncing from girl to girl, they don't have. JJ, they could have him in and out with different girls and, you know, really living a college life and having fun. They did show the drug side of it, but they still didn't show like the fun, happy side of college life, exploring that. So, I mean, like I said, you don't normally have, you know, a spouse or, you know, your soulmate at that young of an age. So I wasn't mad that they did break up, and I thought that breakup was warranted. I do agree with you though. Patience should have been the one doing the breaking up, because Coop was on some other stuff, on a whole lot.
Whole other stuff.
Yeah, on a whole, but I mean, from jumping herself into the game.
Came to the max. Okay.
Yes, she did. Absolutely. From jumping herself into the gang to trying to get revenge once but twice, and then, you know, all these other things that she did, and then lying to the cops. So it was a lot of things that's just a build up that make a relationship toxic, and she was the majority of the issues in the relationship was Coop's. It is what it is. So
I just feel like,
I mean,
Coop almost shouldn't be in a relationship, because she messed up with Patience, and then with Sky, like, yeah, Sky messed up by kissing Patience, but it was like, girl, you not even doing what you're supposed to do. Then you just saying I love you for the hell of it, and then like, you just saying like, yeah, I love you, like, and that's why I was like, I like what Sky was like, that's how you gonna say it for the first time. You just gonna throw it out there like it was known. I'm like, and then I don't know.
But
it was just like,
that's usually how it is, though. I've never had a situation, and again, I'm young in it, but even with my husband, we didn't just, you know, have like a candlelight dinner and he announced he loved me. It was just like, girl, you know I love you. You know, it was like a haphazard type of thing.
I have never had it be arbitrary.
Oh, really? You always had like the sit down and
like a sit down dinner or something, but to say it for the first time, that's a big deal. It's like, honestly, the only thing on my mind, and that, like, when I knew I was going to say it, the only thing on my mind.
Really?
It was like when
my husband said it. My husband said it first, but he was just like, it was so haphazard. It was just like, you know, I think we were, you know, I was like, it was something, we was actually arguing. I think it was, and I'm like, oh, you just gonna do this to me? And he was like, girl, you know I love you. Why is you talking about? I'm like, oh, you do for real? You ain't never said that. He was like, girl, you know, something like that. But I mean, I've never experienced where it was like, you know, some romantic gesture, you know. And my husband is not my first boyfriend. So even other, you know, boyfriends I've had, it's never been, you know, some romantic thing that, oh God, you know, stars underneath the lights and dinner.
It don't have to be all of that, but like for it to be
like the way theirs went down, it was just because Sky said it first, Coop ain't said it for a good minute, and then the way she said it, it was just like, I don't know about that.
I actually did do that before. Now I did have a situation. Let me make sure that door closed. I did have a situation where somebody told me they love me, and I was just stuck. Like, huh?
That's what, honestly, that's what Coop gave me. Coop gave me, she didn't actually. Go ahead. Sorry.
But no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you do have those situations where you just don't want to be like, lie. But what do you say?
Because you don't
it's like, feel it. I love you in Jesus, too.
Because you don't actually feel it in a way that they're actually communicating it. Which
or you know you like them a lot, but you're not at love. Like, okay, I like you a lot.
You can love people without being in love. And I don't think that Coop was ever in love with Sky.
Oh,
she
no.
liked the idea of Sky. And this, honestly, this is an all-American problem.
Yeah.
They have created these characters that need to be in relationship all the time, and all of them are giving me all of them are giving me codependent. All of them are giving me I cannot be alone. All of them are giving me getting set up for failure in the future, because the way that all of them center their lives around somebody else is beyond me.
Yeah, it's
like they jump from relationship to relationship, and it's like Jordan got with Layla like a few weeks after Simone. Spencer got with Alicia, I don't think that long after the breakup with Olivia, or maybe like, I don't know, they just keep jumping into relationships. Coop broke up with Patience, started hooking up with Sky, then hooked up with Patience in the middle of that, and then it's just like, can y'all not be single for a minute and be happy with it?
And then
It's like,
even that, like, even when you're in a relationship, I have to be very blunt and honest. Like, even in my marriage, like, I'm married, but hell, I wake up at 6 a.m. My husband out the door by 8. We don't see each other again till 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Our lives don't revolve around each other. We're doing other things with the kids, with each other, with other people outside of our relationship. So, you know, we do come back around to each other eventually, at least once or twice throughout the week. But it's not logical that every day everything is centered around him. It's just ain't.
No, y'all.
And same thing with him.
Lives.
Yeah, we have individual lives outside of each other.
Y'all are living your separate lives together, which is
right.
what it looks like. And I think this is probably why so many of the Spolivians have such a big issue with me, because I am grown, in case you didn't know, and I have now learned and been disillusioned from the idea of you just find your perfect person, and then as long as you're with them and your life is about them, your life is happy now. Absolutely not. You actually have to be a person.
Yes.
They have to be a person, and y'all come together to do life together. If your life is only about this person, baby, you're set up for failure.
Right. Absolutely.
Misery.
Absolutely. Because it's just not a good, it doesn't do either of you anything. If everything I do have to be centered around you and everything you do have to be centered around me, then there is no opportunity for us to grow, because we stuck on each other.
For growth, no opportunities for true happiness, no opportunity for like really exploring and living life to the fullest, because what are you actually seeing? The whole point of like you actually having your own interests in your own lives is that you can come back to this person and you can share this different thing, and they can share this different thing, and now you have multiple perspectives that are feeding into this collective life that y'all are building together. But y'all are both like going out like fact finders, and like whatever is drawing your attention and you're excited about, you're able to now bring back. Also, you can hold on your own and create some type of fulfillment for yourself, but then also you're able to share. And for me, I get really excited when other people are excited about stuff.
Yeah.
If you are only excited about me, how long is that going to be sustainable?
Yeah, it's not.
How long? Because I promise you ain't that interesting. Not 24 hours a day.
3 months tops. Ooh. And then you going to be tired of him being all up on you. You be like, girl, I need my day. Please, I need a spa day. I need my wine. Please leave me alone today.
I need my thoughts. I need my space. Just give me a second.
Girl, that's why I'm up in here in this office.
Anything else y'all want to add about Patience and Coop? Hey, Kev, welcome in.
Child, I don't know. We gonna see next season what they gonna do with her.
Right.
They
ain't even warned all this time, but we went off on other things.
They didn't.
So it's okay.
They did not warrant the time. Coop, we're gonna try one more time, and then I'm gonna try to close it if it can't let you in. I don't know what's going on.
I really was thinking that patient, the whole Selena thing, I was like, yep, that's it.
It have to be. That's the only thing that actually makes sense.
I'm like, Patience got. Girl, that's tough. I'm like, did y'all forget this girl knew where y'all lived?
That was kind of crazy, too. Like, you would have thought they would have had some type of security because she did know where they live. So maybe having some type of security. Or, I don't think I ever seen them in a gated community. So who's to say if that area was gated, but definitely showing something that they did something to protect. Maybe putting another alarm system in or something. But to have nothing different change in the house and a stalker has her information, that's kind of wild.
I'm like, you got the restraining order, but a stalker gonna stalk. Like,
a stalker gonna Don't stop. Well, y'all, I'm about to close this out and reset this IG, and then we're gonna move on. I'm trying to get Kofi on here so he can share his thoughts, but then we gotta get on because everybody been waiting for Mr. Jordan, and I guess
God.
his ass.
Girl, I would just say it now. I hate it.
I hate it. Y'all, I will be right back. Okay, hey y'all, we are back. Kofi, I just requested you, so if you want to add a thought, we're gonna push forward. All right. So far we have done. Dominic, can you get the timestamps for me, pretty please? We are finishing out Patience in Coop, and we have only done Asher, and we are already an hour and a half into this live. So we're gonna have to pick up the pace and pick up the pieces, chat. Let me see what y'all are saying. Who's next? Who is next, y'all? I really am trying to avoid talking about Jordan so bad. So bad. Um we still have Jordan and Layla. We still have Spolivia. We don't really have much to say for JJ. That's it. So we just got those four? Is that all we got, y'all? I feel better if that's it. If we only got those four to talk about. I mean, Laura, she don't want to teach, but she want to teach, but she don't want to teach, and she nervous. Okay, girl, that's cute. I think that's it. I think that might be it. Um, but Kofi, you want to talk about patience? I want to teach, and she nervous. Okay, girl, that's cute. I think that's it. I think that might be it. Okay, you want to talk about patience, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna lie. I screamed. I did a oh as soon as I saw that. Like that really, that shocked. I mean, I kind of saw something bad happening, but I didn't expect Patience to get shot. And I like the other person. I forget her name. Whoever mentioned the Selena Yolanda connection was like, oh, dang, that would make sense. But I'm just gonna. But the fact that Coop survived getting shot, and we all thought she was dead by the end of season 3, because like she yelled "preach" and she was bleeding out. At least Preach was able to get her to her hospital. But like, you know what? I'm just the positive vibes in me is gonna say she gonna be alright because I think there's been too much trauma that's happened in season 6. I mean, Billy's already gone, so we can't lose Patience, man. I don't.
They need to lose Patience. I don't want to lose her, but like because they did this exact same thing with Coop, it just starts to feel very cliche and tropey at this point. If you're never gonna actually do it, then it stopped actually being a stake. Like it winds up just being another little party trick that y'all throw in to try to get us to go someplace. But if y'all don't actually act on it, then and that's just for me.
So you want them to stick with it and let her die?
Yes, I want them to commit to it.
See, I can't, man.
I love Chelsea. I don't want to see Patience go as a character, but her going will open up the doors for other people to have stronger storylines than what they have now.
Okay, we'll just see, man. Me, I don't want that because look, I'm still kind of like mad that Billy's no longer here because at some point he was supposed to be there at the end when this show was over. Being there with Spencer to help fulfill his NFL dream. So I don't want. So for that reason alone, I know it would make sense, but I want no more loss. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that right now. But
I understand. But right now we're in a space where we're just kind of like circling the drain when it comes to story. It's the same old things going round and round and round and round.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, that's all really I had with it. I just hope that
Patience back together.
Well, Patience. I mean, I got no feelings about it, but it doesn't seem earned, honestly, because Coop wasn't really. Because Coop's the one that broke it off with her, when it should have been the other way around. But she openly admitted that she misses her. So, but I will say this: it's gonna be hella traumatic if they commit to Coop, if Patience dying, that would suck for her, and like,
mm-hmm.
and I don't want that, but we're just gonna see, man. That's all I really have.
Well,
I'm just gonna hope for the best.
Now that I have you here, and you will be the perfect person. They're talking about Dylan's little girlfriend in the chat. What are your thoughts on her?
Oh man, that's kind of
girlfriend.
She's cool. She's giving me that dark goth energy, but maybe it's gonna be like an opposite thing, Dylan with his positivity, and then her being the negative, but somehow, someway they're gonna vibe and they're gonna work out. So we'll see.
It was him talking about, isn't she so perfect or great? And I'm just like,
no, she's giving like low. I'm not saying low energy, but like kind of dark and like a thing. But hey, man, they 13, 14, so it's young love. So we'll see. I mean, I think it'll be interesting. Is Dylan saying, "Oh, that's just who's Olivia?" And Dylan said, "Oh, her friend, girlfriend, soulmate." I mean, Dylan already telling the audience what it is, so especially being like, "No, that's just my friend." Boy, that's cat, bro. You know you fucking love this girl, bro. Stop playing, bro. So, yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Kofi. All right, I guess we're going into talking about Jordan next. So I'll probably see you in a few because I know you got some thoughts.
Yeah. All right.
Y'all, Dylan's little girlfriend definitely gave weird vibes. My bad. Um, my bad. I think the All American Universe is jading me in reference to like young love because one, Tony, you said, where is Carter's daughter? When that little girl was sitting at the table, I was like, oh my God, we got Carter's daughter back. I'm so excited. And then when they revealed that this was Dylan's little girlfriend, I'm like, okay. But I'm saying I feel like I'm getting jaded to young love because yes, love is a very real thing, especially when you get exposed to it for the first time when you're young. It becomes a thing that you obsess over. But I'm just like, I do not want to see another young person struggling and well, not struggling, but like just so obsessed with somebody else and not obsessed with this interest that they like not obsessed with gaming or sports or like just all of the other things that make up your life. Like I just when I was watching this episode, I was like, maybe All American is a soap opera sitcom now, and they just forgot to tell us, and that's also why I'm not interested. Because like while I like Dylan's little ad libs or whatever, him being like so smitten with this girl was like, okay, cool, but they also have everybody else smitten with each other, so it's smitten over fucking load. It just is not fucking real. And I do think that Dylan's story with his little girlfriend and the little first love, yada yada, is a very worthwhile story to tell, but they have already overloaded that, so it makes it not special. It makes it not cool. All of these kids think that that person they love in this moment is a soulmate. Every last one of them. Every last one of them. Because Jordan was telling Simone all of the stuff that he's telling Layla. Every last bit of it. We went through a whole thing with Spayla where Spencer broke down exactly why they were a perfect fit for each other. After she asked, do we fit? And now the whole world, sun and stars is Olivia. Like, they have made it so that the moment of like finding your end game or true love or whatever isn't actually as special because anybody they bump uglies with has now become that for them. And it's like, okay, so now I'm just waiting for the next person to catch your eye. And I'm over it. I'm so over it. Dylan likes drawing. Like I would much rather see more of that than to see him fawn over this alternative rock girl. Like by all means, girl, have your personality and everything, but we don't really care about what your opinion is, and we definitely don't care about your opinion if all it's doing is servicing to push the Spolivia narrative, which they didn't never really even have to push. Do y'all realize we would not be in Spolivia purgatory if they would have just put them together and let they asses sit off to the side somewhere and be happy? Nobody asked for this. I specifically asked for no drama, no romantic drama when it came for Spolivia, and they gave us nothing but that. And now I don't care. I'm over it. I don't buy it. I definitely understand and have experienced falling in love very young, falling in love in high school and thinking that this person's going to be my one and all of that cool. But the way that they have done it within this universe, I don't even believe it or care anymore. Love is the least of my concern with any of these people because they don't even know themselves. We're not taking no time for self-discovery. We're not taking no time for exploring the world. We're not taking no time for taking chances in like learning and being and doing more. It's just like, oh my God, I can't, y'all. And with that said, we're gonna go ahead and segue over into Mr. Jordan Baker, who I have had it with. I have absolutely had it with Jordan Baker. Jordan Baker, you can go to hell, sir. Truthfully. Because why? For why? Make it make sense. You love this girl, y'all the perfect man. Oh my god. Like, we've heard it all before. Q Sunshine Anderson, sir. We have heard it all before. And before everybody wants to jump down my throat and call me a Jordala hater, it's not even about that. It's about, and maybe we just watch TV differently, right? For me, it's about going on journeys with characters. I do not sign up to watch no character sit in the same spot. The same way that most of the people in my real life who are stuck in the same spot don't really hear from me. I I don't have nothing to relate to with you. I don't have nothing to talk about with you. I don't know what to do. So I don't do anything in reference to that. So I be damned if I'm going to sit in a space with a character that I am opting to watch on my television screen every single week for 13 to 20 weeks straight. The problem with Jordala is, one, I don't think that they should have happened. You already know that. The reason why I don't think that they should have happened, y'all, was because Jordan going into the relationship with Layla did nothing for Jordan as a character. Every single thing we have seen him do, who we have seen him be, we have already seen him be that. Jordan is not tackling the things, the very real things that he needs to become a better Jordan Baker and ultimately the man that he says that he wants to be, because he is trapped in the comfort of relationships that allow him to hover in this space. To me, once Simone and Jordan ended, which I don't think that they ever should have ended, but okay, cool, they did. The next step in reference to his character arc and journey is like, how does he actually tackle life alone? You went from being a hoe and a narcissist, raggedy, overprivileged, and leaning heavily into your light skin, to now married and considerate and only a great guy when it comes to Simone. Cool. But how does this manifest outside of your relationships? How are you actually changed as a person? And to watch him in this episode feel so compelled to now get married again, as if he hasn't already done that, hasn't already done it for all the same reasons that he's given to do it again. We're going around in circles, and Jordan is not that compelling of a character for me to go down this road again and care. And they are not that fine. Like, they are super fine, but they're not fine enough for me to watch them go and just relive the Simone and Jordan era, but in light with Layla. It's just not compelling for me. It's really not. Nothing about it moved me. Her crying and then ultimately saying yes. I'm like, Layla, why in the hell are you even saying yes? I get it, you love the boy. I get it, y'all are cute. I get it, this is the safest relationship that you have had because Spencer decided to spin the block and break your complete heart and be a complete and utter asshole. I get it. But also, there has to be something where you know that this isn't it. And I don't, like, again, I have not articulated any of this or processed any of this before I went live, but I was sitting there watching and I just feel like all of these kids are racing to nowhere. And again, I don't have anything other than that, but that statement is like reverberating in my head, y'all. These kids are racing to nowhere because why do y'all need to get married at 19? And yes, I'm the same one that was advocating for Jordan and Simone to get married. 100%. Am I a hypocrite? I don't believe so, because at the time when I said that I was okay with it. Not necessarily wanting it to happen, but I was okay with it and I liked it because it added dope story and it humanized and it gave Jordan layers. That marriage helped change Jordan and we needed that because his character was a little bit insufferable for me. But now we don't need this marriage. Nothing is going to change. Y'all are basically living together and doing all this stuff anyway. Why do you need to put a ring on it? And if it is rooted in you seeking some type of stability because your father died and you feel instability and you feel lack with your family and your sister's moving away for 3 months and your mama got whatever going on, then y'all need to tell that damn story. Do not give me this fairy tale, oh, he wants to marry her and it's just going to be perfect, cool. Because no, absolutely not. Because guess what? You were perfect with Simone until you wasn't. And that came out of nowhere. But y'all let me know y'all's thoughts. I'm over Jordan Baker. I'm pretty much checked out. I have had it. Honestly. I have had it. And I felt like I have given him tons of grace. And I have truly had it. Where we at? Let me see what y'all are saying. Nia says, I can't believe Layla said yes. It didn't make sense to me. They didn't have a wedding proposal with Jordan. Is the writers trying to make Jordan and Layla the main couple? I don't think that they're going to go through with it. I really don't. We already saw 2 weddings with Jordan. We don't care to see it again. It's just so cyclical. It's so cyclical. Only thing holding the show together is Spolivia at this point. Timothy, baby, that is not holding the show together. It might be holding the show back. But go off. If that's what you're here for, honey, I hope you enjoyed the kiss. Remember last 4/19 when JJ said that Jordan going through is for divorce in the future. Oh! JJ predicted Jordan was going to have 4 divorces. But why? Like, I just don't know why Jordan feels the need right now. And I started to pick up on it. Like, when he was being real snarky with Layla in reference to Layla's responses and defending Jamie, I was like, this is not about Jamie. He feels a way about Layla saying this. But I'm also like, sir, why do you feel the need to get... You just got divorced. Like, you are literally, like, maybe 9 months out of a divorce, if that. What are we talking about? Or, I'm sorry, an annulment. Neil Love says, I honestly don't believe that they will get married. I'm ready to hear what Layla's father has to say about this. This is the All-American Universe now 2.0, which is post-season 3. The parents agree with whatever the kids decide. They don't have no conflict or issues, which is why they were able to villainize Ash's dad the way they were. Because every parent after season 3 has just been running around here like, yes, baby, you're great. Just like with the whole name thing, with Layla fighting with Clay, and the dad just came in like, yeah, it's okay, cool. But then also, like, he's not, I don't have them actually having her dad come to her like, girl, what are you doing? What? And then also, if we're going to be trifling, and if we're going to be dumb, and if we're going to be cyclical, then I'm not watching this wedding episode unless Simone is the maid of honor. I said what I said. I'm not watching it. Eric, you are not the only one. Clay needs to return, sir, immediately. Micah says, I do think that he truly loves Layla. That part is why he proposed, but he is also looking for stability, so he proposed to the person who made him feel safe and loved following the death of his dad. You can love somebody and not need to propose to them. I love a lot of people and I don't propose to them. I just don't. Kimberly says he hasn't been divorced a whole year. Shari says All American loves to show how much of a joke Jordan and Layla's relationship truly is. What's Jordan's obsession with being married? Like, sit down. It's okay just to date. Like, it's okay. What are we doing? Rainy Day Studio says it was so unserious. They were together for a couple of months and they're getting married. Child, but all of the super stans are gonna say they've known each other since they were kids. They're still kids. Nicholas says, guys, season 2 and season 5 and 2 years apart. I believe it was 2009 doing... No, we're not 2 years apart because each season has only been a semester. So it's not 2 years. They might have filmed them in those years, but it's not 2 years apart. I'm convinced Jordan is exceptional. I'm convinced Jordan is exceptional and big because he got all these sensible girls acting crazy. I cannot. 2 marriages before you even have a job. Interesting. Tony, they got annulment. They didn't get divorced. Maid of honor. Simone need to bring her behind back. You need to make sure that it's a weekend that works for her. An off weekend. She ain't got no games. And she need to be the maid of honor. Because if we doing stupid stuff, we might as well be stupid. Like fully. We gotta, everything that we do has to be full heart. Hey Erica James, welcome in, boo. I'm sorry, man. I should have gave you a warning, Dominic. But that's the first thing that came to mind. When Layla said yes, I said Simone need to go ahead and be the maid of honor. I don't care. I really don't care. Shari said that made that stupid ass proposal about him not dealing with his grief properly. And honestly, I'm like, how is Layla not see it? And then that's like, I feel so many things. I feel like Layla has been a really great support through him losing his dad and like grounding him in certain things, much of what Simone was also doing. But for her to say yes was interesting. It could, how she played it, it could feel like coercion, right? Because the real conversation, which I didn't like, I feel like they dropped the ball with the whole preach thing. Because them having preach just tell him he was wrong because him and his girl are fighting, but not getting him to explain what his side of it was, so that even us as the audience can understand what are you even mad about, or even force him to process, was definitely a missed opportunity. I like what they were going in reference to Preach being a supportive male figure in his life, but the moment that Preach was like, it don't matter, go ahead and make it right with your girl because life is too short, and he didn't have to articulate what was going on, I felt like the part of the conversation that they were missing, that Layla never even got to say because they didn't actually talk about it, was that the proposal, whether Jamie and Asher ultimately get married or not is one thing, but a proposal puts you in a trick bag almost, depending on who your partner is. Some people don't survive saying no to their partner, so they feel forced to say yes, and that's the part that they never got to in reference to the conversation. And I feel like Preach gave Jordan an out of like, just apologize regardless of whatever you mad about, versus articulating it. And if he would have articulated it, then I think Layla could have got to that because she had points. Like every time he came back with something, she had points. And that was the next thing, which ultimately could have tied in with them of like, I partially feel like she said yes because she don't want to lose the relationship, but also I can't really read it. Like, I don't know if she's really happy, if she still have a little something in reference to like being picked, because the last time that she had been chosen, she got dropped like a bad habit. Her best friend ran off with her damn man. I just have so many thoughts. I really have so many thoughts, and part of me wants Layla to have like wanted to say no, but I cannot tell, and I don't really want to rewatch it, but I might wind up rewatching that scene to try to get better discernment in reference to what I think they're actually setting us up for, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, y'all? Tony said they playing in your face, E. I can't. Timothy asks, what's keeping the show together if it's not Spolivia? And I mean, they won't. They played out. Wait, what? And mean that will. They won't, they's played out, but these other storylines are weak. Just close the show out already. I think all of it is weak. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that Spolivia is keeping the show together. I think they're just holding it back because that's all they're grappling onto, and that's not even interesting at this point. Because more than half of the audience don't care anymore. Like, all the people who are left are like just super Spolivia heads that are like dying to see a glimpse or a touch of Spolivia. People love Layla miserable. I can't. Layla gets a happy ending and I'm overjoyed. This is how you want it, Erica. And I think that's the thing. Like, this is no shade to you, but marriage does not automatically mean happy ending. There's so much that goes into it. And Jordan is just not ready. Even if Layla is, which I can't really say right now, Jordan is not. So this happy ending that you think that she's going to get just because she's getting a ring does not necessarily mean it's going to be a happy ending if he's being driven to do it based off of the grief that he's not processing. Based off of running from past mistakes and wanting to do it right because he really wanted it to work with Simone, but it didn't, and now it's like, well, I wanted, like, that is all, one, rooted outside of her, and two, rooted in things that he has to work out with himself, which, three, don't equal actually happily ever after for the two of them. So it's one thing to be like excited for marriage, but like we also have to think about the circumstances going into it. But if you happy for a girl, I don't want to take away any of your happiness or your joy, so be happy for it. But I am concerned. I think that they like to play in Layla's face. And I'm hoping that she's peeping this. Like, I'm hoping that they give her some discernment where she's not running head first into this shaky ass situation. Gorgeous ring or not. Kenny Ford says Jordan feels like he needs to ensure he's loved because he experienced some conditional love from his dad growing up. He proposed because he feels like he needs to ensure her love for him. And if that's the case, I feel bad for him. I truly do. I spoke about it not being anything new for Jordan's character, so it doesn't lead to any kind of evolution or conversation around his growth. I also don't feel like, which is again why I just was never really on board with the whole Jordan and Layla relationship, because I also don't see a new or different Layla in this. Like, she has been this solid. She has been a supportive girlfriend, even to people that did not deserve it when she was in the relationships with them. Like, this relationship isn't showing anything new or pushing her in any way. So I'm okay. Like, I'm bored, honestly. And so much is happening more so for shock value than for just dope ass authentic storytelling. Kimberly Felder says hopefully there will not be a wedding until the end of the series. I love Layla. I just don't want her to get hurt again if this does not work out. Baby. Shikata says the way that Layla was dodging marriage the whole episode and says yes to Jordan, which leads me to believe like maybe there could be something there. But again, when you decide to propose, especially in a place of like y'all haven't talked about it, alluded to it, played around with it or nothing, you put your partner in a position. And I do think that Jordan is one of those. I feel like if she would have said no, Jordan would have broke up with her. And now what? So she picks her relationship or and get married or lose everything to say no, I just want to continue to date. I like where we're at. And I think that there's a difference between current instant satisfaction and ultimate happiness. So like I get it, Erica, you just want her to be happy and you want her to do whatever in the moment that makes you happy. Sometimes sitting and eating a whole gang of Oreos and ice cream is going to make me happy in a moment, and then after the fact I'm suffering the consequences of those decisions. So no, I don't just buy into whatever makes somebody happy. Let's go with it, because we have to think about the ramifications and the long-term effects that our decisions have on us. Spencer got back into a relationship with this girl because in the moment he wanted to be happier, feel wanted, whatever his reasons were, and she was happy with him, all the while being set up to be completely destroyed and demolished emotionally. So no, I would rather that not have happened if that's what she was going to need to go through. And this feels like a setup as well. Jordan is not in the play, so while she could be happy and smiling and kicking and they could be having great sex and doing all that they doing, that could be cool. But why do you need be that now? Why do we need a ring? Why do we need to commit to this other act if what we're doing right now is working? Layla fans be here. Eric, go hard, because I feel like so much of Layla's like additional progression as a character is trapped with Clay, and until they release her from the shackles, baby. It's Dania says, I don't think that they would actually get married. Layla is smart for that and was just talking about how it was a bad idea for Asher. Once she start thinking, hopefully she will back out. Layla didn't want to say no because it would be awkward if she did. If y'all want to jump in and say a piece, go ahead and request me. We're talking about Layla and Jordan and this goofy ass proposal. I can't. I think that they will end up married though when it's all said and done. Honestly, I don't. Okay. So I also need more of us to. Wait, is it working? Hold on. Now my buttons don't work, child. I need more of us to be for real, because in what world, y'all? My Wi-Fi is on. In what world does everybody in a friend group end up having end game with everybody in the friend group? Y'all gonna have to pick one. Honestly, pick one, because I'm tired. I'm really tired. If you want Spolivia, then it's going to be Spolivia, and Jordala will not be it. Y'all cannot have them all. This is not Pokemon. Y'all cannot have them all. You just can't. So stop it. Like, my nerves are fried, and I'm tired, y'all. Y'all want to have it all. Y'all want every single person to be in game. Y'all want every single ship to sail. That's not real. And last time I checked, they did not put this damn show on in the Avatar universe or in some other type of animated reality, augmented reality. Pick one, okay? And commit to it, because y'all don't get all of them. And that's the stand I'm taking from here on out. If I decide to cover season 6 and have these conversations, you don't get to tell me that everybody is in game. You just don't, because I'm going to stop talking to you. You don't exist to me no more. If everybody's in game to me, you don't exist. Sorry, not sorry. Because at some point, we got to be kind of for real. If y'all want to be expeditiously and immensely for real, you need to be a little bit for real. Your good sis that loves you is just telling you to be a little bit for real. Just a teensy bit. Erica, I don't dislike Jordan. I want more for Jordan. I want better for Jordan. I want him to continue to grow. I disliked him in seasons 1, 2. Yeah, 1 and 2. Because once he started to be great with Simone, with Simone, I'm like, all right, cool, I can rock with it. But I don't care how much I like you. Spencer as well. I like Spencer, but I'm not sitting in this Bolivia purgatory with your ass. I'm not doing it. You don't want to move? You don't want to have something else going on with your life? Then I don't care. Because no, absolutely not. There is plenty of people who are stuck and stagnant in real life. Why do I need to watch fictitious characters do it? Absolutely not. And then we're not even going to tell that story. We got a bunch of characters that's stuck, but we ain't going to tell the story of being stuck. We're going to act like they're not stuck and act like y'all giving us new, fresh ideas when y'all are regurgitating all the old ideas, and you want me to be excited about it and you want me to root for it? Absolutely not. So no, like, it's not as trite as that. I am not as shallow as that. And that, honestly, like, you're not annoying me, but people who aren't a part of this community and don't know me and want to freaking be on Twitter and Tumblr and everywhere else and talk shit about me, make it seem like I'm just this shallow person of like, it's just this, is just that. I want better for Jordan. I want more character development for Jordan. There's no reason why Jordan Baker could not have a character arc like Asher Adams. Like, there's no reason why Jordan Baker is not continuing to grow or evolve. His daddy just died. even if he's regressing and doing so in a deep way that becomes a little bit and have him become more introspective or closed off or what, we ain't saying none of it. We ain't seeing major leaps and bounds in regression. We ain't seeing major leaps and bounds in growth, and he deserves it. So no, it's not that I dislike him. If I dislike somebody, I will tell y'all. I don't shy away from telling y'all that I dislike somebody. It's not about disliking Jordan at all. It's about wanting more for him. Jordan and Layla not making it down the aisle. And you support the girl who did her, the guy who did her dirty. I don't support him doing her dirty. So be clear. Like let's not make my argument trite. And let's not convolute what I'm saying. I never said I supported that at all. Nia Love says he definitely would have broken up with her because his feelings would have been hurt. Would have been big time hurt. Micah says, honestly though, Jordan spent the whole episode throwing temper tantrums and acting like a baby instead of communicating his thoughts and feelings. But he's ready for marriage. Listen, points were made. And he has that, like he's had certain experience now that has called into question his communication style and has forced him to be a better communicator. So why ain't he using it? Bucket with your girl says, how long has Jordan and Layla been dating? I don't know, y'all. The timeline, I'm the worst with it because I don't care. Can somebody tell her how long Jordan and Layla been dating? I think the series will end with everyone at an All-American game as well as everyone being in their successful field. They only been together 6 to 7 months. Now they're engaged. Jokes. Maybe if these children were saving it till marriage, that might slow their roll. Ooh. Nobody has even had that arc on the damn show, and I'm just like, you would think that everybody is bumping ugly since they was in 8th grade. Tony B says yes, and if not, Clayton, what was the point of introducing him? Hello. Kofi, do you have anything that you want to add, or are you just hanging on here so you don't get kicked off?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
A little bit of both. I mean, unless if Tony wants to go first, I'm gonna let her have it. I'll save my thoughts.
I just want to sing a little bit.
Hold on 1 second. Let me punch this in. Hold on, let me add y'all over. It hasn't updated yet. 1 second. All right.
A little bit of both. I mean, unless if Tony wants to go first, I'm gonna let her have it, and then I'll save my thoughts.
I just want to sing a little bit. I heard it all before.
Let me punch this in. Hold on, let me add y'all over.
Yeah.
It hasn't updated yet. 1 second.
No.
All right, we're here.
I was just gonna say, I heard it all before. Baby this, baby that. Your lies ain't working now. That used to be a jam, wasn't it?
Oh.
But yes, I agree with everything you said.
Interesting, because what we talking about?
Yes, that was a jam. But yes, I definitely agree with everything you said. I thought it was just silliness. Okay, we here for the foolishness, child.
I'm like, look
This
at
is what made it go to an 8 for me. This was the worst part of the show for me. For real. I thought they was gonna have. I think somebody said it either last year not last year, but either last week or at some point I saw online or somewhere that this was just a ring that they found. No, it wasn't nobody's ring, but everybody kind of was talking as if it could have been theirs or something like that, but it ended up being like an old ring from somebody else.
Right, from a previous 10. I heard that. Like people were like,
right. That would have made more sense to me. But this was not needed because if you really keep up with the timeline, which I know it's hard to do, but
I'm giving them no more. I'm tired.
But Hunty, Is he divorced? We never seen them sign the papers.
Oh, they got an annulment. They spoke about an annulment.
Girl, we just saw them not have that second wedding.
When she first
That's all we saw.
started school and they decided to stay together, the conversation was that they, even though they have the annulment, they're gonna stay together. It doesn't do, like, they talked about it, so that alluded to, oh, it's already done.
Okay, I guess so, because I went into homecoming thinking that they were still technically married.
Mm-mm.
And so that's why I was on her head when she laying up on old boy.
Oh, no.
I forgot.
No, they weren't married then.
Okay, so I mean, that's just how I thought it had transpired. Like, technically, I didn't never see it like them signing a divorce. Maybe, and that is the problem with the show. At the end of the day, we're not seeing
a lot
the intricate details that we need to see to move forward. And again, even if that is true, like, okay, they got divorced in the summer or whenever, you know, they definitely were in a deep, committed relationship the first half of the semester of college. So the whole first half of the semester up until basically Christmas, when she came home and they broke up, they was together. So you mean to tell me within 3 months, because it's not 7 months like y'all talking, it's really within 3 months, because that's the second half of the semester. Second semester start in January. You got February, March, April, and half of May. So by 4 months, y'all talking about getting married? Be real for real. Be for real for real.
How you feel about my thoughts about they gotta pick a ship?
I do agree with that too. Because everybody, like you said, everybody ain't finding their happily ever after right away. It's just ridiculous. So I do agree that they need to pick one and kind of stick to that one. I think that maybe they were trying to take some weight, just thinking like outside of the box. Maybe they was trying to take some weight off of Spolivia, because it is very intense and very hard, like a very hard relationship on like all the other platforms. Like everybody is like, you know, like rabbit dogs or like that raccoon.
They made it that way. They literally made it that way. And I will not let y'all let this down, because y'all were on my head when I said I wanted Spolivia to come into season 4 and sit their ass in the corner quietly and be cute.
I said the same thing. Like, just be cute, help everybody else, help outside problems, but no internal issues.
To play the background. There should be dates that are happening naturally. There should be all of this stuff that just naturally happen, and you do not have to center them, but you know that they're there.
Yes.
Everybody was on my head about it. And then they give us this tumultuous ass self-centered decisions about an article and the coaching and all of it for what?
And
y'all
don't
made it
even matter. And none of that was even necessary or important to really tell the story of the coupleship. So I definitely agree. And then you don't see the growth either. And either one of them, if you really want to know the truth. Not just Olivia, but you don't see the growth in Spencer either, because he did the same thing 2-3 times. And we tired of that foolishness too. But I do, I think that, in my opinion, is the fact that Spolivia is so intense to take some of the heat off of that coupleship in the universe. I feel like they were trying to get people to kind of gravitate to a new coupleship.
Which is fine. I have already stopped talking about Jordela in any kind of
I don't really
way. Now y'all want them to get married, and I'm supposed to stay off their ass now? How?
I think they playing in your face, E.
Supposed to do it.
They playing in your face, E. They tap dancing on your head, girl. They tap dancing on your head. They playing, girl. They hit you with the 1-2 jazz.
Let them do that. Why do we need a
They playing in your face, E. They tap dancing on your head, honey.
Kofi was there. I don't know if it was last live or the live before last. I said if they go ahead and get rid of Spolivia, I will accept Jordela. And now they're trying to
did say that. I was there. You said it.
Pick one.
Yeah, you did say it. They tap dancing on you, girl. They hitting you with the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ridiculous. Kofi, what you think?
Well, since she's singing, let me bring this song in. We ain't get no younger. We might as well do it. Let's just get married. Shout out to Jagged Edge. But
And you know what the
on the real,
next part after that, a couple years later, we
feel
get
you.
divorced and it's all good.
Yeah. Honestly, you know what? I kind of could see it being Jordan because he was way too in his feelings about Jamie and Asher potentially getting married. I'm like, bro, for a guy who said that ain't your ring, man, you really in your feelings right now. But, you know, I had a feeling it was going to be them. So,
but then they're literally playing in Layla's face because he's all in his feelings about this ring, but you're also lining it up and you have it parallel with him grieving about his daddy. So it's not about your love of Layla. This is not about you just have finally really found the one, because you're still processing a very big thing that's also happening. So how are we actually supposed to buy in and believe that this is 100% a decision that you're making about Layla when, sir, you're down at Crenshaw staring at trophies?
fair enough. But
was he staring at trophies because he couldn't have that conversation with his dad about proposing to Layla, or was it because he was in grief?
I think it's because he's in grief. And honestly, I feel like the proposal came out of nowhere because the last thing that my dad said to me was that tell Layla that did not mean go marry her, Jordan. It means be happy right now with the girl.
But you know, Olivia did say when he was trying to marry Simone that he is impulsive. And he make rash
messed up already. You started off with Olivia saying, I don't give a damn what Olivia got to say at all. Ever.
No, she made a valid point though. When they was in the
fucking what she say? What she say?
when they were in Vegas and they were trying to get married, she literally said he is impulsive and he make rash decisions. He just wanted to scoot down the stairs with a damn scooter. So you cannot pay attention to what he want to do at any given moment because it is irrational. He literally did say that.
They hadn't even shown us that. Aside from her smashing random white girls, they didn't show us an impulsive Jordan that just was so outside the realm of like.
Yeah, but now we see it. It's there, honey.
So then,
because he's just willy nilly.
Because now y'all mix smashing and y'all don't even use like.
Right.
She said that because she didn't want them to get married.
Yeah, but I think now you're seeing that he is very impulsive. Like he just proposed. I
don't know if I
willy nilly
that Jordan is impulsive. I
mean, look at this proposal, willy nilly.
It is willy nilly, but I don't feel like this is necessarily like an impulse. I really believe that this is grief-stricken decision.
I don't know.
See, I feel like the grief happened when he couldn't talk to his dad about proposing. So I saw it as he wanted to propose already, but he wanted to confide into a male figure, and he didn't have that. And so that's how the grief came about. Not necessarily him, in grief and then saying, oh, the hell with it, let me propose because I feel safest with her. I read that totally different.
Well, he said that he has all these questions that he just can't ask. And I feel like if that was what they were going with, then they would have used the dialogue or preach a little bit better. Looking for male validation, then they would have used that for preach. Like I feel more so drawn to the idea of like Layla has been stable this entire time, and him locking down the one piece pillar of stability in a moment where he's going through the cycles that happen in grief. Because they come in waves, and he's getting hit by a very big wave. And maybe that's the part in reference to it being impulsive. But again, to me, it's ruled by the grief more than him just being this erratic character. Jordan has never read erratic to me. He's very predictable as fuck. He was literally the prototype light skin. He really was. Like, and I'm not trying to shade no light skinned people, but like, drop a privileged light skin with a white mama. He literally like was that to a T.
He definitely was privileged and definitely read like,
nothing about him was erratic or impulsive. Like I expected him to do pretty much everything that he did except for put himself aside to save Simone. Yeah. Which is also what signified a shift for me of like, okay, there's more to this boy. The moment that he actually started to do that. Because I was like, this boy is predictable as fuck.
But even with that, that, Olivia had to push him. Because remember, he was like, oh, I'm free. I ain't got to worry about it. He was sitting off to the side playing a video game.
Yeah.
Olivia had to say, what about Simone?
Man, and he's dumb. And he really thought that she pushing him away, man. Because men are dumb like that. No shade, Kofi, but.
It's okay. I don't take no time to it. We can be a little bit slow sometimes. So,
A lot of time.
but you know what? All the best. I mean, I don't know how this is going to play. Look, I think if you're a fan of both ships, I mean, y'all were happy to last night. Me, I kind of saw it coming, but, you know, we'll just, at this point, we'll see how, you know, things play out. I
did see it coming once he started making those little gestures and stuff. Like once he started kind of freaking out and kind of acting a fool, I saw it a little bit more. Like, oh, okay, it is. It's got to be him. Yeah. I definitely didn't think it. If it would have been Spencer, and I would have been done. Be fucking for real, because y'all ain't even together.
Y'all got it.
So
that's what y'all
so we would have been.
Instagram. Y'all got it. And
so
all y'all ever hear.
So we would be cool with it if it was Asher and Jamie.
I mean, that would have made more sense.
We wouldn't have cared. Or we as in me. Okay. I would not have cared. The way I don't care now.
Okay. I mean, fine. I mean,
like they really dropped the ball in this character, and I'm really glad that y'all helped me unpack where I felt like they dropped the ball at, because I don't know her. I don't care about. I feel like Asher has accomplished his mission in the show, but right now, like aside from him reverting back and becoming a raging racist, there's nothing that he can actually do that's going to make me change my opinion about him once this show ends. Like, he literally has had a transformation that you will hope for with characters, just really dope development, going through great, bad, like all of it. I really, honestly, and this is no shade to Christian or the Asher character, I really believe he's done. Like, I have nothing else to look for and hope for with Asher, because he's done more than I even thought that he would have in coming into the series. And he's also done more than the main damn characters of the series. So I have bigger fish to fry.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah,
I definitely agree. And I would have expected it to be them. I didn't expect it to be Jordan and Layla, because again, they only 3 months in if you keep up with the real timeline.
Right. Rona Petiti says, we haven't even seen Jordan and Layla on a real date yet. This is so rushed, and they are only 19. I just feel like they have time before rushing into an engagement.
Yes.
But I don't think
this concerns me, because it feels like these writers only feel like love, or the idea of love, is the only thing anybody has to aspire to.
It's either what is it? It's either lust or love. It's no in between. We're not getting the steps in between. Like, okay, yes, we know you like them. You know you have an attraction for that person. And then immediately is, oh, I love you. I'm in love with you. Where is the build up to see the growth in each couple, to see why you love this person? Like, even with Spolivia, we hear, we didn't see, because we didn't see them spending time during the summer, but at least we did hear that they spent the whole summer together, and that they were watching dumb movies on the couch all together. And they did at least have a tragic incident together that pushed them together a little bit more. But with Layla, I guess that's what we calling them, with them, we really don't see the build up. And it's such a slow ass burn that it's almost non-existent. Like, if you really think about season 3, I look at it now, like they kind of was showing signs in season 3 when he kind of looked back and Clay was there, or at the prom and things like that, when he walked her in, stuff like that. I kind of can see how they were trying to slowly push them together, but it was so slow, and it was so big with him being with Simone that this burn was nothing. It wasn't even a burn. It wasn't even a light. It wasn't even nothing. It was it was not even smoke. So there was no build up. And so we're just missing that aspect of their relationship. It's just like they went from like, oh, we like each other, to, oh, now we in love. Where's the middle?
I thought,
and honestly, all of them, we kind of missing that.
Look, for me, I kind of peeped. I clocked Jordan and Layla low key a little bit, maybe early season one. I know they didn't have that many interactions, but the fact of the matter is, he made a comment to Asher about you dating the most popular girl in school. Oh, and then he was like, maybe I'll tell Layla. So part of me feels like he low key had a thing for Layla, but probably didn't think that he was, you know, worthy. He didn't have the confidence to step to her, even though he was a quarterback and he was a star dude and stuff like that. But then I saw that way he looked at her in season two, what helped her with the cotillion after she got back from rehab, and then little moments in season three. But the thing for me that made me think that it was going to happen is that once Simone got her spinoff and went to Atlanta to go to Homecoming, and we saw Damon on the screen, even if the hardcore people who were fans of Jordan and Simone, I was like, realistically, she's in Georgia, he's all the way in California. I know long distance relationships work, but Damon was walking here in his first appearance with all the way he was. I was like, this ain't gonna work. And I see how Damon be looking at Simone. So realistically, I didn't think that Jordan and Simone were gonna last. And then I saw the amount of time, at least in the whole part of season 4, how much time Jordan and Layla were spending together, how he's being there for her and supporting her, and like she, helping her through the ordeal she had. It was like, yeah, they're gonna be a thing. And I especially clocked it when she could have called Clay when she was in the bed when her dad told her to open yourself up to love again. She called. She had Clay. She decided to start Jordan. For me, that was when I'm like, they finna be together. And sure enough, we saw how it played out. So,
but what Tony's saying is, those things did happen, but it became more rush towards the tail end of it, or where we are now. Yeah. And by their rules, and this, sorry, I'm putting my screenwriter hat on because the writers create the world and create the rules. Yep. We saw from the beginning Spolivia slow burning, and while Layla and Spencer were in a relationship, Olivia was feeling away, and we were seeing it. We didn't see yes, the cotillion, but even that, Jordan didn't seem to feel a way about Layla with Spencer ever. Not once. No. It's been there from the beginning. How? Not in the way that the writers have already said that the show.
I know. This is how I'm interpreting it. I could get it, but just little things there. But they really started writing it late. Little things here and there, 3, and then
conveniently.
I didn't see anything until Clay came into the picture.
I saw it. I clocked it in the beginning of season 4. For me, I just thought that they were going to be a thing. For me, I didn't think Simone and Jordan were going to last. Once I saw the Homecoming backdoor pilot, and then I saw the pilot for Homecoming, and then the first episode of season 4, I'm like, this could be. I could see it. You know what I'm saying? So
honestly, I feel like, yes, you could see it in reference to this fine man here, and Simone just has to succumb to the fineness because girls don't reject fine men, which is a lie.
I know that's
all the way in New Orleans. I'm not saying you said that, Kofi, but I'm saying how they positioned it. I really feel like they dropped the ball with the whole Damon and Simone thing because that didn't need to happen. God damn it! But
it could have remained
the idea of it's a wrap for her relationship because there's this fine boy walking around staring at her. I went to school in New Orleans, was a basketball player, and literally lived one floor above all the other basketball players. Spent a lot of time with male basketball players, and I was dumb, struck in love with my little gangster wannabe back in Baltimore, and had no eyes for any of these 6, 7 Negroes. None of them until that was over, and that's a very real thing.
Okay, I get. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. It is a real thing. Just for me, I just didn't think it was gonna last. That's my opinion. All right, that's how I.
That's your opinion, Kobe. I'm just saying
that's how I feel.
It's not an automatic thing. I don't and maybe that's also what I'm struggling with within the universe. Is they create rules, but then they also break these rules, and then they present things like that, to where you're led to believe that this is an automatic thing, but that's not even realistic. And initially, we were grounded in realism.
And not to, I agree with what you're saying. But even in spite of that, yes, you could have an attraction, but at the end of the day, the love that they showed for Simone and Jordan was so epic. Like, they're literally getting married at 17, forging signatures, ready for felonies to have their love display. And for what? For them to get divorced and be with different people 6 months later?
And
I mean, it just wasn't
maybe
realistic.
it's just that, because it's not that they had to even commit to like Jordan and Simone staying together, but I think a lot of this is just the way that they're handling how they're telling certain stories.
Yes, I mean, to me, they show an epic look. That was an epic look.
Horrible letdown.
Yes. For me, the Jordan and Simone relationship was the epic love for me. Because again, like them running off in Vegas and all the things that they went through, as far as him getting over the fact that the baby wasn't his, him loving her in spite of all, you know, that lie and that big issue in the beginning, and them coming together and finding love. And not only that, then the issue with her and the baby, and whether or not she's gonna keep it, give it up for adoption. Where is the baby? Like, has he even seen? Do he still have a relationship with the baby? What is that?
Have a relationship with the baby.
I mean, it seemed like he was trying to, but he didn't know how to move because she didn't know how she wanted to move. And then once she said, "Okay, I'm gonna have a relationship,"
think about that part of it, because the way that they mishandled how they interacted just to be able to break them up, it's like you now you're asking for way too much, Tony. Because if he didn't even communicate with Simone leading up to their breakup, why would he be reaching out to Baby Shay?
Yeah, but I mean, I agree, but it is not an unrealistic thing that you have an attachment to a child and not necessarily wanting to be with the mother or the father.
Is if you are only this person when you were with this person, which was initially my whole conversation about Jordan Baker, how he does what he needs to do within relationships, which is why the next viable step for his storytelling is to show him be a stand-up guy
outside. Outside.
No.
Because
so we done with him now? Are we throwing it away?
What you saying?
I don't throw him away. I do think that this is impulsive, and maybe hopefully in the next season that they show them realizing that marriage ain't the right step for them yet or at all. Because again, like, what is the purpose? Like, you're proposing.
I'm not throwing them away. I'm gonna go ahead and throw myself away. I'm gonna throw myself out of the circumstance because I don't care enough. When, like, going back to what you were talking about in reference to Simone and like him choosing to love her anyway, regardless of the lie, baby, and the this and the that. While those things on the surface look like they were for Simone's benefit, they ultimately service Jordan's character, which is why I was so excited about those decisions. Where we're at now, nothing that he's doing is actually servicing him as a character, regardless of how great Layla and him look together. All of it's becoming inconsequential.
Yeah. And then I kind of want to know, like, to me, when you get married, like, I had to keep putting myself back into it, but you know, marriage, the step of marriage is not just, oh, we married because we love each other. It's like you're conjoining finance.
My God, I'm gonna see so many of these comments, but he loves her.
It's not just that, but when you love, okay, yes, love is a big part of it. I would give it like 60%.
Also a contract. It's
basically
a business relationship.
Yes.
With the love sprinkled on top.
Yes. So, like, what is the purpose? Like, are they now gonna move into their own house? You know, are they gonna start a family? Like, what is the purpose of the marriage? Like, cause for me, like, when I got married, okay, now we're joining, you know, myself and my husband, now we're starting a family. You know, we wanted to have children. We wanted to build together. Like, we wanted to live together. So that was the purpose of us being married. Like, what is the purpose of them being married? Like, what's the purpose? Like, what are they doing? Okay, we know you love each other, but you can love each other and not be married. Like, we see that all the time. And not for nothing, like, you still young and living college life. You just got to a point of your football stardom as a football player. You know, just getting your business off the ground. Like, what is the marriage going to do that you're not doing now? It's like, it's almost kind of like I said last week, they just plopping Olivia everywhere. Okay, now they just throwing marriages anywhere. What's the point? Like, it made more sense to me that Asher be married. That would make more sense. You know,
it would make sense for him to propose.
It would,
because that's what
make total
they're
sense.
trying to say. I'm in it with you, and we having a baby that we didn't expect, but I love you, so here's this ring.
Hello. But this is not doing, like, where is the elevation? Like, why are they moving for, like, a step up in the relationship? Because marriage is, like you said, a big commitment. It is a financial contract. It is all of these things. But what is the purpose of moving to this next level, and what is it going to do for the relationship that's not being done?
Erica James is saying that they're not married, they're engaged. But Jordan is pressing it so fast that it feels like it's going to be a speedy wedding as well. So while you're
I'm just saying, like, even
we don't
engaging.
We don't know.
But I'm saying, even asking for a hand in marriage, you anticipate being married. We're not gonna play a game with the semantics here. When you say, "Will you marry me?" I mean,
after you threw 3 tantrums about people's potential objections to marriage.
We're not gonna play, okay? Like, if you saying, "Will you marry me?" I'm anticipating a marriage within a year. I mean, anything more than that is like, okay, why did you even propose? To keep me on the ring, could keep me on the string. Like, I could see if she was trying to leave him or something, or trying to leave, and he's just trying to figure something to stay. But that's not the issue. So what are we doing?
Gamer says the writers regret Jamon. They are rushing Jordela because they lost a lot of time. That's the only explanation. Regret what about Jamon? Because Jamon is the only thing that saved Jordan as a character.
Yes.
I don't think they regret him at all.
No, and there was nothing to regret. I honestly hate the breakup, because the breakup was the worst part for me. Yeah. Because how you break up with somebody that you was married to like that? That was just ridiculous.
Turkey.
That was the ridiculous part.
Cold turkey. Y'all, we about to go into Spolivia body to take a second. I'm going to be right back. You got the thoughts about Jordan or Layla? Honestly, my last thought about her is I hate that she is now becoming the sacrificial lamb for Jordan's storyline.
I honestly almost think like she gonna take it back, because she was kind of against it. Like, I mean, maybe I just picked it up wrong, but in my opinion, she was like, marriage ain't for everybody. She was giving up all these excuses on why not to get married, which is what sent him into a tizzy. So
I don't think she'll take it back. So
I think she would too. I think she said yes because it's the moment.
You don't think that she will take it back? That's what you said, Kobe, right?
Yeah, I don't think she'll take it back. I don't think so.
I'm with just Danielle. They 19. Why are they acting 30? And 30 is still young.
Baby, they've been acting 30 and 40. This is what they've been doing since season 1. For real, for real.
But season 1 and 2, it was different. They still had a youthfulness about them. Now it's like, and maybe it's just because they are only focused on marriage. Spencer don't even barely talk about football anymore. Like, it's nothing but these long and ass looks and deep desire. Like, Olivia don't write no more. Like, don't like.
Just breathe. Come on, I don't need no rant.
It's so focused on what.
It's only focused on their love life.
I don't need.
You're right.
Just breathe, okay? Breathe.
It is only focused on their love life, and they need to start focusing on each character's growth and development outside of the relationships that they have. I think that would be definitely better.
All right, y'all. We're going to take a really quick break, and then we're going to come back and get into Spolivia. Then I'm getting the hell up out of here because All American will not take it anymore.
The main... we saved the main ship, so let's go.
I'll be right back. Okay. We are back. We are back, and we are coming to the tail end of the episode, as well as what everybody is here to see and talk about. We are now in the Spolivia section. For every Spolivian, super Spolivian, Stan Spolivian, I hope that your heart is just filled with so much joy and love and glee. And I hope that this moment just resonates with you forever and ever and ever. Because this is what you have been hoping for. This is what you've been waiting for. This is what you've been wishing for. And I'm glad that you get to have that. We need more happy people in the world. You know, I believe that. So if this made y'all happy, I'm happy. Now, with that said, before I go in to my thoughts, go ahead and share yours. Share your thoughts, y'all. Tell me how you feel about Spolivia in episode 20 of season 5. I would love for the Spolivians in the crowd to go ahead and get yours out first, because I don't want to rain on nobody's parades. We want to allow their parades to happen. So let's do that. Drop your thoughts. While we all do that, I'm going to catch up. Thank you to Dominic, our moderator in the chat, doing an amazing job. Let me see what y'all was saying. Wow, y'all let me know how you felt about Spolivia in this episode. Just Danielle says Layla and Jordan was a dream ship for me. I didn't think it was actually going to happen. I paired them season 1 in my head, but gave it because I like Jamone only for them to do it like this. Yeah, I think that's a big thing. The big thing is just how certain storylines was happening. And honestly, like while I was on the break, I was thinking about grace. I was like thinking about giving more grace. And part of the issue in what we have seen play out is that we did have a pandemic year, right? We did have a year where everything was shut down. I think that part of the storytelling that we're seeing play out is definitely because there was a whole season and a half, maybe 2, where they had to limit new people. So I feel like we're stuck right now in a cycle of like we are not getting a ton of new characters, guest stars, or whoever to freshen things up and provide additional love interest or just general interest, familial interest, whatever. Because, you know, there was a period of time, a long period of time, where they just weren't able to bring in new people, right? So I do want to take time to like note that, and thinking about my struggle with them like being so committed to all of the couples just being couples of like this is who they are and they have known each other for years. Like part of it is like they really couldn't introduce that many new people because of the pandemic. Cool. But like we're not out of the pandemic, but we are in a place where they are able to hire and bring in more people, so they need to start doing so. This world is a little bit too small, a little bit too cyclical, and it's telling the same damn stories over and over again, and I'm over it. And also understand, y'all, if you don't agree and you are like living for the storytelling that's happening, that's cool too. You also have to know who you are in reference to being like the type of consumer that you are. I am a very media literate person, so I see more than what the average person sees, and that's okay. Like, you don't have to take offense to me being able to get down to a little bit more of the nitty gritty than what you see if you just see things for the surface and it's good enough with something being on your screen. What are we saying about Spolivia? We reached the iceberg that sank the Titanic. That's where we're at. We're definitely in treacherous waters right now. Alexandria says, why did they even break up? Because we back at the same spot at the beginning of the season. Who changed? Nobody. Some of us don't have to be super fans to like them. They're literally nothing that's seriously wrong with them. Couples are going to have hiccups. The writers mostly ruined what could have been a lot better. There's plenty that's seriously wrong with them. And you don't have to be super fans to like them. But if it don't apply, then let it fly. Like, if you take issue with something I say, then, or identifying and you don't identify as that, I didn't say Lamech, you are a super stan. I said who I was speaking to because of my lived experience and my experience with specific types of people and how I'm coining them. If you don't identify as a super stan, then you don't have to identify as a super stan. Like, what are we talking about? Y'all want to pick arguments and fights with me about stuff that, for what? For why? Just Daniel says the writers must have been on strike. They must have been the third string writers. I can't with you. Typically, a third string writer is not the person writing the season finale. So I need to go check who wrote the season finale. But it's typically a person that's high up in the room. Kenny Ford says, I had issue with 2 lines. You spent every day after trying to make sure I was happy with or without you. When did this happen? I would like to know as well. When did that happen? They can't have the scene where she tried to bring Alicia back. Points were made. Spencer being with Alicia straight dumb because it was obvious it was not going to work. Lil Fresh 929. We're talking about Spolivia. Alicia was not even in this episode. What happened to Wade? I was Team Olivia. I cannot with you, Erica. Not you menacing in this damn chat, child. Not Team Olivia. Spencer would have never went to the airport if Jordan did not give Spencer that talk. I cannot wait to share my thoughts because I really was teetering on the line of like, okay, Erica, you have had smoke for this girl. You have had smoke for the whole thing, the whole Spolivianness of it all, for quite a while. Maybe you just need to stay up off their heads. Like, give them this finale and let them have this, and like just keep your opinion to yourself. But no, it ain't even in me to do that. So I cannot wait to share. Kenny says the other line was, "We could have been doing that all day." Kenny, me and you are like literally the same person because you know what? Kenny says, I don't like that Olivia leaves it all up to Spencer all the time. You could do something too. Points were made. Points were made. I'm coming to you, Tony. I'm coming. The fact that Spencer had to be convinced by Jordan to go after Liv tells you all you need to know about the relationship, which is that they will never communicate unless pushed to do so. Spencer needs a car or a bike. It's the Spencer, let me take you to the airport, but they need to borrow Jordan's car to get there. Like, wait a minute, sir. Kimberly Felder says, still waiting for that conversation. I just want to know what Olivia meant about pretending. We ain't never getting it. We're never getting it. Yes, Spencer. Yes, Spencer is a liar. I cannot. Every relationship he's had on the show was based on lies. I mean, points was made because listen, it might not have started out that way, but by golly, Miss Molly, that's what they have shown or shifted him to be. Oh, we were never addressing the pretending remark. Yeah, we're never addressing the pretending remark ever. Justin Danielle says, I said it before and I'm saying it again. They can have Splenda. And yes, I said Splenda because they're fake. The love is artificial like Splenda. Wow, I have never heard anybody say that. And I thought I have heard everything. I cannot. Twitter lived. It was such a disappointment. I cannot. All right. Kofi, Tony. Tony already is like not agreeing with me, and that's perfectly fine. She'll like Splenda. Wow, I have never heard anybody say that. And I thought I had heard everything. I cannot. Twitter lit. It is such a disappointment. I cannot. All right.
Wow.
Kofi, Tony. Tony already is like not agreeing with me, and that's perfectly fine. What are your thoughts?
Only don't
and I haven't
agree.
said mine yet, so
The only part that I don't agree with, I don't believe in chasing no man, child. Listen, she already told him how he felt, how she felt. We get one and done. We not keep on
for the
about to
people
tell
in the
you.
back, bro.
Tony.
She told him what it was.
She
like she
told
literally
him
said
what it was.
Yeah,
We not about to keep on going back and forth.
She said,
I tell you one time,
I want you back. She literally said, I want you back. I want us back.
While
it's not like she didn't communicate that. You know, it'd be different if she didn't say that, but she told him that, right? It was 5'10", and then unfortunately, Billy died in 5'11". So at 5'10", she did say, you wanted people to be honest, and she did say, I want you back. And about like her light doesn't dim when she's around him and all that. So it ain't like she didn't like from the last episode. She waited.
Context matters.
So
because I'm not for women chasing men either, but we've already seen Spencer go above and beyond and chase this girl all over the earth. So in the moment, in the day that you are leaving to go to London and you naturally feel it, that's another thing. Like I am this type of person. Say what the hell it is that you want to say if you feel called to, because you're a clown if you don't. If you literally have something on your heart and you're not saying it out of spite or pride or whatever the hell is going on, then that is on actually you. In this moment, they're both completely unattached. It's not anything. There's no room for confusion in reference to, well, you just saying it because you don't like me with this girl, but you like, because honestly, it was very confusing in the setup of how they actually had Olivia go after him with the whole bye Alicia thing. It felt more narcissistic and competitive than actually realizing, because again, we still have yet to see any change. So what is going to be different about this relationship? Not a damn thing. And then you're going to say, oh, I want you back. Girl, we know that this is the case. You have always been fine with him. Your life has never dimmed with him because you have always required him to dim for you. That's always been the thing. So while y'all are saying, yes, she's already said it, she's not said it in the circumstances of both of them are free and clear of anybody else. Both of them have not actually been pursuing anybody in this set time. She's about to freaking leave, and they both are having these same thoughts. My issue is that it's always Spencer that has to apologize, that has to come to her, and it's annoying because
I do agree with the apologize.
She does not meet him where he's at in their relationship. He always has to be the giver, always. And
I do agree with the apologizing, but when it comes to him saying how he feels, the ball is in his court, literally.
The ball's in both of
their
court,
how
because they both had feelings.
Yes, but she has expressed her feelings. He has been the one not
expressed her feelings while he was in a relationship, while competing to oust the girl because most of it was drilled by jealousy.
So how
I don't think it was wanted to play jealousy. She actually wanted to be with him.
Like she has never addressed the pretend remark ever. She let that fly and never addressed that. There's so many conversations that she has never had. So y'all want me to go off of the one, like I want to be back with you while you're with somebody else because bump her and I'm more important. And that's the one time of her professing her love that trumps everything else. Meanwhile, she couldn't have no communication prior to.
No, I'm not saying she couldn't have had conversation, but if I tell you I love you, I want to be with you, and if you don't say I want to be with you back, I mean, I'm not coming back. I'm not about to keep on having this conversation.
And to me, it's not that black and white. That same thing came up with Jazz with Bel-Air because context matters. And there's more words that also need to be used, especially if more has happened.
He is the one that needs to say how he feels. He's the one that's the missing link.
Episode talking about how she wanted more from him, like she wanted to do. We have not seen Olivia go above and beyond, in my opinion, to communicate what needs to be said. To just say I love you is not enough. We already know that.
She gave a whole speech. What else did you want to hear from her?
What else I want to hear? I want her to address the things that have come up that she never addressed. I want her to address that she didn't show up for him in the time that he needed her to, and now she's doing it that Billy did.
Okay, so I feel like this. I feel like she did show up. Now it's been times where she hasn't
now
shown
that
up,
Billy
for
has
sure.
died, she has shown up. They went out of their way to talk about Spencer watching her on campus for 6 weeks, and she did not call or text him at all.
I do agree.
So
I agree. That was crazy.
That happened that they need to address, and I love you is not enough. We know that.
I agree. I agree, but she said more than I love you. She said my light never dims when I'm around you.
And
She said I love you.
I'm saying she has not addressed the things that he needs. She's not been meeting him where he's at in a relationship, and he has to do so much. It's all about her. What else I want her to say is that she sees him and she's able to honor him if they're going to be in this relationship, because this relationship is not just about her.
Okay, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
All episode we're watching her like want him and all of this, and this is the perfect time for her to be like, you know what? I don't know if I was the best girlfriend. I don't know how we actually got here. Everything seems so confusing, but I feel this, and I want to do this, and this is how I feel like this would be better. And y'all feel like that would be chasing, but honestly, I feel like she has not addressed so much, and this was the time for her to do it because it was on her heart to do it. If she wasn't thinking about doing it, then cool. But she literally,
I feel like it was his opportunity.
And then had the nerve to say, I was waiting for you to do it, because she expects him to do it. It's not fair.
We gonna have to agree to disagree.
That's fine.
I just don't see it from this. It's this one.
Like, that boy has like shown up for her time and time again. That boy has destroyed Layla in her name. Like, so much has happened, and she never has to address it. She never has to.
But that was where I was confused at. That's where I was confused at, because in my opinion, like, okay, you're able to tell Layla, Olivia you love her while she's with Asher for sure, and you're by all accounts with Layla. You're able to tell her you love her then. But you can't tell her why they
weren't together. When he told her that they were not together.
Okay, yes, you're right. Technically, they were not together, but she had it in her mind. Layla had it in her mind that they was waiting on each other. By all accounts, technically, they was not.
Had not been talking. Him and Layla had not been. Both of them said that they had not been interacting. They had not been doing anything. So.
Technically, but we know, everybody and their mama know the setup for Vegas was for them to get back together. That's why Olivia was pushing it. That's why Spencer was pushing it. Even Coop was pushing it for them to get back together.
You're saying this so that you can tell me that Spencer was wrong, and it's okay for Olivia to get away with not saying stuff.
No. I'm not saying that Spencer. I'm not saying Spencer was wrong. I'm just saying it was odd to me that I felt that she had already expressed her feelings. The fact that he had not expressed his feelings.
Okay, so why did we bring up Vegas?
I'm bringing up Vegas because he was able to do so while we know that at least she was with somebody else. He was able to do so then, but he's not able to do so while they're both single and unattached. Why is that? That was crazy to me. I just didn't understand.
I have an answer.
Okay, please, by all means, because I did not understand that at all.
I think it's not unrealistic for Spencer to be insecure when it comes to Olivia, based off of how their relationship has transpired. Starting with Vegas, the chase of that, because this is beyond me of like, Olivia cannot chase Spencer. Meanwhile, we have watched this boy chase this girl for 3 damn seasons for no goddamn reason. Yeah, literally, we start at Vegas, and then we go all the way through seasons 4, 3, half of 3 and 4. All types of things are happening. I feel like we watched Spencer at the tail end of season 3. We watched Spencer continuously shrink himself, say less in the hopes of not offending her, not pushing her to a relapse, not alienating himself from her. So many things have happened, and he's trying to make decisions that ultimately don't wind up pushing him to actually fully lose her. So it is not a wild stretch of the imagination if after she has come and told him that I want to be together, he ain't so sure, he stayed with Alicia to mess her up and to do all of this, that he is not 100% confident to come and say, you know what, let's go ahead and do this, especially given the fact that both of them have not changed. But that's not outside the realm of understanding. And for me, it is bigger than her now saying, I love you. Because while we're talking, like, this is 2 seasons after she ran out of that damn, you brought Vegas up and she ran out of that damn hotel room knowing good and damn well she loved this boy.
Yeah, but I think that was natural.
I'm not even explaining that. But, like, the way that she gets excused for everything is mind-boggling to me. And I ride for women. Like, I ride for women, and I agree. Women should not be out here chasing men, but also Spencer has done more than enough time and time and time again. And it's like pulling teeth to say that the girl can just be accountable to 1 or 2 of the things, which ultimately will serve as her character development. The same
so
way
you think she should have said,
it's also why she can't experience the growth.
So you think she should have said she loved him again in this scene?
Okay, y'all are so trapped on this. Like,
no, I'm just saying. What
I'm just asking, like, what? How would you have, like?
Yeah. If she don't say I love you, even if she just said, if we're gonna give her a damn out, because Lord forbid she actually goes to him the way that he has come to her all of this time. Even if she says, I don't want to leave without us talking.
Okay.
Like it, and it frustrates me. I'm not frustrated with you specifically because I love you and I love the debates that we have, but like the idea of this pisses me off so much that we can't even ask this girl to do that.
Yeah.
We can't even, she wants to talk to him. It's talking to Layla. It's running around. It's like, look, doing all of these things, and we can't even ask her to say, hey, I don't want to leave without us talking. Because she's too, like, up here and everybody else is down here. No.
I took it as she said all she had to say.
But that's the
he
problem.
He is the one that has not said what he had to say.
Nail on the head. That's the problem. She said all that she needs to say, and all that she needs to say does not take into accountability some of the hurt that has happened to other people, some of the neglect that has come up. It just doesn't. And then I become the victim for pointing that shit out. It's like, no.
No, I can see that. I can definitely see that. I just feel like, and this, just with this issue, and I definitely agree, she has dropped the ball on many of things and being able to express what's really going on. But just for the purposes of them having an actual conversation about where they are in the relationship, I just felt like she literally put the ball in his court, and it was for him to say what he wanted or didn't want.
He put the ball in his court to come back and make her happy how he had been doing. There was no plan for how the relationship looks for his happiness.
I agree. I can definitely see that.
And that to me is just not enough. Like, y'all can let this girl down. Sam is gorgeous. Y'all got it. She's amazing. She's a phenomenal actress. Love Sam down. But also, no, it's not enough. And honestly, like, it's aside from, like, Spencer deserves it, she deserves it as a character until she is able to do it, until she's able to be accountable to mistakes and to consequences that have been intentional or unintentional, but she's aware of it. Until she's able to do that, we're going to be stuck with the same biracial beauty who is prioritizing her own needs and thinking that that's good enough for everybody around her.
Yeah. I just feel like at the end of the day, we knew how she felt. We just didn't know how Spencer felt. And that was the point. That was the missing link.
But I feel like we know how Spencer feels too.
I think, I don't know if you could hear.
I don't think Spencer is registering exactly how unhappy he was during moments. Or not that he wasn't registering it. I don't think that he was attributing his unhappiness to the right person or place. So he's been able to give her the scapegoat as if she hasn't been causing any problems, and he kind of charges it to everything else. But there's some very real things that need to be said and brought up within their relationship. He needs to be considered. I don't know who wants to continue to watch this relationship with this man don't get considered. And I'm not even of the alpha male, red pill, blah, 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 blah. Hey, to my core. But this man here, give me more. Kofi,
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny. You just sitting there all quiet.
I have
Leave the
to.
camera off.
Is that better?
And I'm
Yeah.
surprised. Like I know that you ride for Olivia, but
Olivia.
damn,
No,
don't Spencer
no.
deserve something?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I
hold
do
on.
agree, but
No,
it was just his turn.
It's all.
I don't.
But
Hold
you know
on.
what, Tony? I'm about to make a video just for your ass, so I can go back and tell you Mark
Hold
all of
on.
that.
I don't ride
It's
for
always
Olivia
his
like that.
turn.
I'm
It's
not.
always his
I
turn.
mean, look, but like I agree with Tony. I mean, she said what she had to say in 10. You know what I mean? It was incumbent
She
because
said
Spencer
what she
broke
had
up
to
with
say, and
her.
it wasn't enough, Kofi. Just like Jazz, it wasn't enough.
Oh my gosh! Why are we bringing up
I
her
disagree
random
with
idiots,
Jazz
bro?
too.
Like,
Jazz said what
jeez.
he needed to say.
Yeah.
Jazz
But
was whack. Okay, he was whack. All right,
Okay, wait.
let's
Let
not
Kofi finish.
even pretend
Hold
that
on,
that
Tony.
was a.
Let Kofi finish because we interrupted him. I got to do better.
uh,
Kofi's so pacifist and like, I'm just going to let you interrupt me. Nope, go ahead. You got the floor.
all right. Look, at the end of the day, I I feel like Spencer was like he was just dragging it along because he knew what he wanted. He just I know he was rightfully traumatized about everything that happened, but at the end of the day, if you love this girl, just say what it is, bro, and just do what you got to do. And he did what he had to do, and instead, like for me, like was saying like don't. She didn't want to go, but it was like no, no, go find yourself. And like I said last week, I ain't going nowhere. And sure enough, that's what happened. That's what's gonna happen in season 6. So overall, it's whatever, man. They got their happy ending, so to speak. I know people ain't. I know you are annoyed with it, but you know what? I'm just like, you know what? Somebody got to get. I'm like,
Don't say
it's whatever.
somebody got to get together because everybody got together.
Everybody got together, yeah.
Layla said
So
all that
everybody,
nice stuff. Let's not say somebody got to do it.
Everybody and their mama got
but
together.
but yeah, this is
Literally.
cool, man. I mean, Spencer, he wanted to be with it. I mean, it's the fact that he was ready to he was going to be content, and then Jordan had to come to him, hey man, you got to tell the people that you love what it is before it's too late, because he made that mistake with Billy, was pissed at him, and didn't get to say his piece. He said what he had to say, and then Billy
Which
died,
is
and
a
it's
play on his trauma, and I hate the writers for it.
so.
He went to go tell Olivia how he felt because he didn't get to say it to Billy. And while I get that you're saying that it was his turn, Tony, it has always been his turn. And like, no, the door. At least the door should have been open. And honestly, I might have been able to let it ride. I might have been able to let it ride, but they did not have her say, I was waiting on you to come. Or to do it.
All
The
day.
shame of like,
I do
but you owe me an apology though. Don't nobody owe you
Yeah.
nothing. Nothing.
I do
Hold
agree.
on,
That part where she
hold on.
said we could have been doing this all day or something, she said, I do agree. That was kind of like,
Yeah,
okay, girl, now you're doing too much. But I do feel
that's
like I wish they
entitled
would
is
have
what
had.
that is.
I don't know. I kind of see it both ways now that you're talking about it because he did not say for sure, but to me he did show he loved her. He
Constantly.
did show it. Even in this episode,
Listen,
now I'm
listen,
thinking
listen.
about it, even in this episode, him doing the day for her, going back to Beverly, all those things, he did definitely show the love, but
And
they
all
never had
she
that
had to do was
conversation.
receive. That's all she had to do the entire day. No matter what was coming up for her, no matter
Olivia
what
knows
she
that
was feeling
Spencer
or
loves
thinking,
her.
she didn't have to
She
do
knows
nothing but
that.
receive. And that is what their relationship is. And I hate that for Spencer. And Kofi, I don't want that for you either.
Appreciate that. I
But
appreciate
I
it.
do wish the writers would have wrote in a conversation because even with this "I love you, you love me" type of thing, there still wasn't a conversation as to what's next in their relationship or how they're going to navigate moving forward. So you don't get that growth aspect as you're talking, where
It's
both parties feel
we're
hurt.
back to hell.
Yeah, I do
We're literally
see that.
back to
I can see
hell.
Oh
that,
my
They
gosh.
didn't
but
give
I
me no
wasn't mad about
inkling.
it either.
They didn't give me no inkling that Olivia like sees anything that she could do better with Spencer. She is literally walking back into this relationship oblivious and like, great, my light is gonna be lit, and Spencer's good because he got me, and that's it.
My thing is Olivia knows that Spencer loves her. Everybody knows that. If she doesn't know that, then she have to be blind or something. It's obvious. I think that she's taking advantage of that. She knows that Spencer loves her. She knows it. And she's taking advantage of that situation. I'm like exhausted watching Spencer have to go to her over and over and over again and cater to her alone. I just want to see her, just even if it's just a little trickle, a little something. But her lines are instead like very entitled, like, yeah, of course, like you should have been doing this like, long time now. And I just have a issue with that because I feel like there should be some balance. Like I know that Olivia makes Spencer happy, but I don't
When they
understand
bump the
how.
uglies.
Right, but there has to be something
But
more to
we
that.
say that
What
because they
about
haven't
her?
given us that. They gave us one arcade date and they gave us illusion and jumping in and jumping out of moments when they're bumping ugly. Every other point is contention.
Right, but it's not giving the depth of love that they're trying
Right.
to
And I'm
portray it
saying, show me
as. And
if
that's
she's
my
making
issue.
him happy. Show me that. And
Yeah,
y'all
I want to
can't
see
even, y'all messed
that.
up and shot yourself in the foot because you can't even blame ignorance in reference to Olivia don't know that she's not showing up in a way or don't see it because y'all heard her go tell Alicia about it.
Hmm.
So you can identify it as
Exactly.
somebody else, but you can't identify it as yourself.
And I
And I disagree
realized
with
that
that.
is Olivia's, that seems to be her thing, identifying issues with other people, but she's unable to look within herself. She
Infuriating.
can see problems with JJ. She can see problems with Spencer, with Jordan, with Alicia, but she can't seem to find any problems with herself.
And
And I
it's
have a problem with that.
infuriating. Kofi, you got anything to add? Because Lawrence want to come up.
No, I think I'm pretty good. No, I said what I needed to say about it. I mean, I'm not a diehard Spolivia, so it's like, I mean, I'm glad for my boy. I mean, I'm glad he's like, yo, I got to speak what's on my heart, and I love it when we do that. So I'm glad he said his piece, and
Okay.
maybe
Be clear. I'm glad that he said his piece as well. I just wish that Olivia would have initiated it and they could have had this whole heart to heart, divulge everything. That's really my biggest issue. And I love you, Kofi.
thank you. So let me go, right?
All right.
All right.
I guess my only thing is I still don't know how Olivia will go about expressing or opening up the door for him to be able to say how he feels. I guess she could have, like you said, just like, hey, I don't want to go nothing left unsaid. I said it before my dad died. I want to say it again or something like that. But I just really feel that she really poured her heart out when she did acknowledge that she was still in love with him. And I do understand, like, hey, he technically was still with somebody, and that was before Billy died, so that could have, changed everything. But the
Mm.
missing point or the missing component of their whole issue was that they never had the conversation where he was going to say how he felt in the relationship.
Which
So I just
I get.
feel
And the part that I feel like you missing as well is on top of what you just said, also I didn't breathe. On top of that, damn it, I just actually lost the point. Go ahead, Tony. I'm gonna try to remember it.
okay.
It was
So
the
I'm
part
just saying, like, at
that
the
you
end,
said you neglected one part, and I wanted to add that because I felt like it just added additional context. But go ahead.
yeah. So I do understand how you're saying, like, in the relationship as a totality, he is definitely the more aggressive person in moving their relationship forward. I would never deny that.
And okay, this is I got it. Like, she poured her heart out for herself. In that sense, I struggle with her pouring her heart out to fight for a relationship that is two people when you only speaking to the benefits of the one person. So to me, there was still so much unsaid because she just don't account for him. The whole framing of that pouring out her heart, I love you and I want you back, was because of what he would do for her. And she left it at that.
Yes, but I feel like
with what he wants to do for the people that he loves, who he wants to be, what he wants to do, how he feels. Like, it's so... Spencer's a giver and Olivia's a taker. And I need them to be able to trade off more, or else I don't want to see it.
Well, see, that's why I feel like the writers was trying to illustrate her giving more, but
there's nobody. Listen, Linda. Not even a sensible Tony is going to get me off these writers' hands about Olivia because y'all ain't tried.
I agree.
The way that y'all have sent her since season 3, and she has sent out 2 apologies to half people, y'all ain't trying that.
I agree. They did not do a good enough job. However, I will
2
say,
apologies.
When Billy died and Spencer was reeling, she did step up. You cannot say that she did not step up for him to the point where
Alicia.
She did more than that. Remember, Coop and Jordan gave up. They was like, "Oh, we done with his ass." He was the one that pulled them back and said, "No, we're not gonna give up."
Episode to check Alicia.
Say it again.
In the episode to check Alicia.
Well, I don't feel like that was a check. I feel like that was her trying to do everything she could, whether she was
that girl down and told her what she was doing wrong.
She's like, you need to stick by his side.
She was telling her, right, like, stick with your man, girl.
You go off because you give a lot.
I am not listen. I'm not a Spolivia girl. Like, I mean, I like that relationship, but I'm not a Spolivia thing. I'm not a Twitter thing.
You said that the writers tried, they literally combined all of that into one episode. They should let Olivia check Alicia another time and her show was put another time because they were all together and they all feel like they serving.
But they did
objectives.
Yes, but he did not find out about all those things at one time. It do that matters.
No. Tony, I get what you're saying. I get what Tony's saying, but the issue is like the timing.
In addressing her, who she has shown herself to be, regardless of
you don't think that was giving, girl? Who goes to find their ex-man that they still want? They're gonna go find the girlfriend that he currently has and tell her to stick beside him. The normal person would be like, "No, bitch, you gone, bye, stay gone. I'm not going to find."
It's not giving if you bring her and then you storm out halfway through your intervention
I'm not
thing.
saying that it wasn't a nice gesture. I'm
it's
saying
more than a gesture.
I'm saying that it's not all that y'all want to give it credit to be. Because also she came to Alicia and like questioning her in that way. Meanwhile, she literally had actively been the obstacle that they needed to overcome. And then she sat across from her, act like she didn't know that she was a damn obstacle. I'm not going to give Olivia altruism. Yes, you loved him, so you went and you sought out this girl, which is the act of, okay, you did what you needed to do for your friend in this moment. Okay, cool. But that does not absolve you from your part in additional pain.
I agree. I agree, but we got to give credit where credit is due. Like for a person,
I don't know if any credit is due there.
She's overdrawn compared to what she has put in, bro.
Well, I feel like she's in a positive with that now. She was in the negative. is. But when you go and find here, now you know when you
He
go
tried to
and
check
find
Alicia
your
while trying to
the
save
man you want, the man that you still love and want, and told him you want him back, you go and find the chick that he currently with, and tell her don't leave him, stick beside him.
if that was
If I was
my
Nah.
best friend,
I can tell
if
you
that
not.
was my best friend, if that's the person I love deeply, aside from whatever my romantic notions is, actually yes.
You better than me, honey, because I would not do it. Oh, they have for last year. She said, "Don't." That's why you need to stay with me, because I won't still. I
Oh
would
my
not. I would not.
gosh. Oh
I
my
don't. I would
gosh.
be
But Tony,
I
even
do that.
okay, so even if you give it all the credit to that, because she didn't even handle that altruistically, the way that she handled Alicia in it, while she got the objective, she really absolved herself and wasn't accountable in that either, because she literally acted like she wasn't the obstacle that she knew was there, because she literally walked in the way on purpose.
I agree.
So while
But I feel like
this act, she also still had a tinge of selfishness in it.
I could see that, but I just felt like
So no,
that was big.
She might be like a
It was a strategic
I
move.
don't think
It
it
was
was
a strategic move.
I think that was very
It was a
selfless
strategic
act.
move.
I think that
Why
was
would
very
she
selfless.
leave the house after she sees them together? You brought her. It's not like she just showed up. You just see the door slam. I'm like, what is the point of this? Like, I thought we were here to make Spencer feel better, but now you just make it about yourself when you
She
just,
did right though.
slam the door,
Leaving was
storm
the
out
right
and leave.
thing. She was the obstacle in their
But she
way in
brought
their
her, so why
relationship.
would she leave?
She was more of that family.
She brought her. She literally
She could
brought
be
Alicia.
there and support him as well.
No, she was the obstacle.
Exactly.
Literally. You remove yourself. If you're trying to not to be the obstacle, you're not going to stay there. If somebody's saying
She
you
was the
was the
obstacle
issue,
when she was in the rage room talking about bye Alicia and sitting at the dining room table plotting on this girl.
Alicia didn't know that though.
You call an intervention and you bring
A
all of the
mess.
family to the house and everybody who cares about him to the house. You don't leave then. That's not when you're an obstacle. That's not even about their relationship. The other stuff, you bidding on this boy, outbidding this girl who has way
That
more
was
money than you and she already
the
know
issue.
that stuff is about you and about the romantic relationship. This moment is not even about romance. Alicia's not even there for romance. Y'all are supposed to be supporting Spencer.
Exactly.
And this just honestly makes it worse. If you really validate her leaving, then that means that it's okay that she wasn't actually thinking like a supportive friend. She was more so thinking about a romantic partner that has.
I feel like she was doing both, but at that moment when Alicia stepped in, that was her cue to say, okay, allow me to remove myself because now she's
Remove
here.
yourself from a state. If Spencer and Alicia by themselves,
It's not a birthday
everybody
party. It's literally everybody getting together to help Spencer.
Everybody and their mama was in Grace's house. Spencer and Alicia wasn't alone.
No, they wasn't.
If they was alone,
But
if
but be for real now. If you know that you are the cause of a person,
you just told me to be for real, and they got us watching Spencer, Layla, Jordan, and Alicia. Tony.
I'm done.
I'm saying
I
be
can't.
for real in real life, not in this fake scene.
We need to watch them together. But you mean to tell me Olivia couldn't stay to have some macaroni and cheese?
I wouldn't say. Listen, y'all better than me because I would not have.
No.
You knew wasn't effective, but you watched Layla happen. You watched that love. You mean to tell me that Alicia's gonna push you out, but you can sit.
I don't think she watched it. That's why she was drinking and got with Asher.
Oh my God.
That's why she was drinking and got with
God, Lord, I can't. Listen, my thing is, if it was any other setting, I could see a point, Tony. But the point of everybody being there was to support Spencer. So it really doesn't make sense for her to leave. Like when Alicia and Spencer like hugging or whatever, like you brought her. You literally invited, you ran her down, brought her here to support Spencer. And then when she's supporting Spencer, you leave. Like that makes me think that that's a strategic, manipulative move on her part.
I thought that would be the that
Layla
would be the acclimate
there.
thing to
Tia
do.
was probably in the back stirring the macaroni, but Alicia the problem. By golly, Miss Molly. You got
Say
it.
that
I
again. Say that
can't.
again. E.
I'm not messing with you, Tony. Cause no, I get what
Say it
you're
again.
trying to
Say it
get
again.
point. I get it. I get that you're trying to give her points, but I personally feel like the writers have gone above and beyond.
They have.
They have literally pedestalized that girl.
They have.
She don't know anything.
They're literally working
Yeah.
against her.
They have
Teresa on the
pedestalized her
show.
in a way that makes her almost ethereal to all of the other mortal characters,
It
and it's
kind of.
beyond.
See, Mother Teresa.
Mm.
She is. You're definitely right. You're looking at it from a whole macro. I'm looking at it micro. And this one incident, he should came to her.
And based on what they
No.
like, that's another thing. So people, it's so interesting. Like, people are so pissed with my criticism about Spolivia. However, if what I criticize is actually addressed, they will have the most solid relationship they could ever have.
I agree.
So it's like, hey, am I really the eye, or am I showing the areas of weakness because y'all afraid to set up for failure?
Yeah. I just don't think that they didn't think this thing through. It didn't give what it was supposed to give, because I read somewhere where they were
No.
the whole issue in this season was supposed to show how two people could love each other and want to be together, but outside forces pull them apart, and how those people navigate that love or come back together. This did not do that.
No.
At all.
Not at all.
So that was the initial premise of this whole season with them and their relationship. And it just didn't, none of this stuff landed. Even when you say to the point where, Olivia is doing things, but it's just not hitting the mark for you because she's so menacing in other areas. None of the other things that she is doing is not given. But for me, I'm just thinking about stuff. She better than me, honey. Because I'm going to tell you this now. Yeah, that was crazy. I told you, they just popped Olivia.
That was just wild to me.
I was waiting on you.
That was just wild.
Honey.
Yeah, I didn't care for that wording either. However, I do feel like it was his turn to say, I love you, I want to be with you, or whatever. Because you can love somebody, but not necessarily want to be with them at this particular time. Yes. So even if he wanted to say, I love you, but I'm not ready to be in a relationship with you, it was his turn to say that.
So also, Tony, him now saying all of this first and being the one to confess, where did that leave her? It left
not wanting to go.
The position to just say okay and never have to say nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of good.
I have a question though. My thing is this. I want to know what in this season gave the vibe that, Olivia didn't know that Spencer loved her. Like, to me, I feel like this airport scene, is this a love confession? Like, I feel like we've been there, done that. Like, definitely. What was the purpose of this scene? Like, that's what I'm not understanding. Like, to me, is it like, okay, I accept your request to get back together? Or is it like, I love you? But I thought we've established that. Like, I thought we know this.
I still think we don't know that yet, because in my humble opinion, it's still up in the air. Like, they did kiss, they did say they love each other, but are they together? Are we saying that they together?
They're together, and if they're not together, Spencer's ass is waiting on her, and she going to run there, fall in love with one of those beautiful talking ass women.
Come on, my golly, Miss Molly. Honey, I can definitely see that. And that's why I said last week, I wish they would have missed each other. I wish he would have got there and not been able to say nothing. And he was just in there with a Nebraska ticket, like, well, fuck it, I'm going to Nebraska or something. To me, that would have been better than them actually having this whole scene. Now she going to, London or whatever. Now what?
Kenny,
And
I
I think
think they wanted to have a Spolivia moment. They wanted to have an epic Spolivia moment. They pull it from romance movie tropes.
Mm.
So they put them in the court.
And
Yeah.
not for nothing, I thought they should have been missing each other. I felt like, I don't know this Spencer, like you're saying, to be insecure. I've never really seen him throughout the show. For
Watch
real.
season. Go back and watch season 3 specifically when he's interacting with Olivia. It's mind-boggling to me how
I thought see you showing it as you're saying it as insecurity. I saw it as him being gentle, trying to be extra careful, not insecure.
When I tell you I am so for serious when I say this, I'm so for serious. I really need to understand. That was not gentle when he brought his ass up to Beverly Hills, tried to talk to this girl, and she ran her ass across that Black Lives Matter mural and jumped into the arms of that white man.
Oh my God.
That was not gentle. That was broken.
It was not. It was not. That was rough. That was real rough. And yeah, no.
Because that was not gentle. That was destruction.
Not the Black Lives Movement.
Listen,
Nothing.
we cannot go over season 3 again because we just go agree to disagree on the season 3 because I feel like Olivia,
We need to leave that in the past.
listen, that was her man. This was not her man.
He didn't ask to be her man at that moment. She had not even spoken to him. So she acted like she could not even speak to him and needed to scurry across this black.
Listen, after we know what we know, I'm glad she did because he was bumping gums with Layla right after. So I'm glad.
Oh my gosh, no, come on now. Let's be real.
Jumped into the arms of a white man who had been frolicking in the Mexican sun with a Mexican man. You happy? Well, by
Yeah.
God, be happy, Tony. Be happy. Because it's getting a mess.
Cheerio.
I feel like that one scene tells us everything we need to know about Olivia.
Believe the visual that they had gave us.
I
could not.
I mean,
Oh my gosh.
it's not something we wanted,
A mess.
but
I don't know about. I really believe that they wanted the visual for the airport. I agree, Tony, that them missing each other would have been great. If they didn't miss each other, I needed Spencer to vocalize why he was struggling to talk to her.
yes.
Because we have yet to see him hold her directly accountable or indirectly accountable to how she has made him feel, because he never addressed it. And if he would have spoken to Jordan about,
Agreed.
yes, we should say what we need to say, but when I do this, your sister does this. In the past, when I have done this, your sister has done that. I think it would have done a world good for the setup of where we were going.
Right.
I agree. And I think that is part of the issue. Because as you were saying, Erica, Spence is a giver. Olivia is a taker. I am very much a giver in my own personal life. And I think Spencer has to identify and realize, like, the same hero complex again. He has got to realize that at some point, somebody has to be giving you same energy that you are giving. Because no, it's a serious thing, because you would just like, and I know from personal experience, you would just give, and he'll be totally cool with just giving, but that is not sustainable. That is not healthy. It is very toxic. And he really has to either like start putting up boundaries when it comes to people, and he has to understand the type of love that he gives, he deserves back. He's got to realize that. And she really is not giving that to him. She's accepting it. And I understand, of course, accept it is very good to be loved by a giver. But you can't just be a taker when you're with a giver, you know? It's not, I mean, I just wanted a little trickle of give
They both
from Olivia.
have
That's
to learn
literally
the
all.
opposite. Spencer needs to
Yeah.
play,
Yeah.
and Olivia needs to learn to
Yep.
give. And that's just a life thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. There has to be a balance with the giving and the taking. Because I get it. I
The
do.
man
Because
girl says, here we
I'd
go.
struggle to
Spencer's not at
take.
fault at all. I love it. I love it. Yes, that's what it is. Now go to sleep, bitch. Bye. That's exactly what we said. Oh my God. The moment, like, this is honestly why I don't want to actually talk about Olivia anymore, because I'm so tired of having conversations with freaking brick walls about shit that's like real. And God bless you, because if you're mirroring yourself after Olivia Baker and you think that everything that she's doing is right, then enjoy the hell.
And it's not. It's definitely not right. Everything that anybody do is not right. I mean, I'm just saying, but in this situation with their relationship, I definitely see where you're saying, like, you know, they're showing her at too high of a pedestal, number one, and then they're showing her, number two, not any growth and development as far as, like you're saying, being able to be that person that is giving. I just feel like when they did show it, she did some big ass gestures, because it couldn't have been me.
So, because you have only named one.
She got the group together too now.
Good God.
Nobody cares about that. But also, now I'm about to put the nail in the coffin, Tony, honestly, because this just came to my brain, because the Lord is on my side tonight, right? Oh my God, always this way, which is why I think I struggle with her the way that I do, because she did not start out the series a taker. She became one magically. And she became one after she left that white man, because she had everything to give to him. And I think that's where people are also missing my message, because
oh my God, that's the tea right there.
I think that she is particularly bad in reference to take, because if that's what you're going to be, that's what you're going to be, but she shouldn't be with Spencer. Y'all want her to be with Spencer, then she has to be better, period. Because you found a way to be better with Asher. Asher is way less than where Spencer is right now. Yeah. Spencer deserves way more than Asher got, and Asher got it for cheap.
But you know, I think that was
Asher got it for free. Asher got all the consideration, all the effort, all of the thought, like everything for free. Asher did not have to taste
for free.
I agree, but maybe I hate to say it now that you say, I agree with what you're saying, totally. But now that you're talking about
keep the same energy.
Maybe is that like what they were trying to show us with her growth and development? Because you're right. Up until Asher, even with Chris, she was the giver with Chris. Even, you know, he broke up with her because she was nagging him about getting in therapy or whatever, or doing therapy or checking up on him or something like that, you know. And then with Asher, he broke up with her basically, and he was saying, I needed you to believe I could do it on my own, or whatever was happening. I needed you to believe that I was capable of doing things for myself. So are they trying to show that Olivia has grown in that sense, where she's not no longer trying to be that person that is giving or doing things willy-nilly?
And for me, maybe, but to me, that doesn't show growth. That actually shows regression, because that wasn't her issue.
Yeah.
Because Asher had an issue with it, don't make it her issue. That was Asher's issue. Because he latched onto women that he could benefit from, and that could push him, and that could do whatever. That was all Asher's story for me. It was not wrong for her to show up for her man if she's in that. I'm just saying, why do we get that now that we have got the man who actually reciprocates?
Well, I mean, I know, because even season 4, that was the big thing. Even in season 4, at the beginning when they were still in high school, how they were both still having these quote unquote hero moments. And so I'm wondering if that is what they like. I'm not saying that they
But she
did
never
a good
had
job,
hero moments for him.
but even her, because they were saying like her, oh, she's not gonna go to the girls' rescue, or she's not gonna get interrupted with these moments that they were having.
Still, she did. She said she wasn't,
They
but she still did.
both
So
did.
I personally don't think that's what the story was telling. I don't think that is, because if anything, the story is not for you to stop being a giver or stop being a nice person. It's to have discernment. And the fact that you were given a person that actually can meet you where you are in the giving, lessen your load, so you will be given less anyway, because they're already given to you. Because before, everybody that you was with was 100% takers. That to me is the story. You magically now not becoming a giver and taking advantage of an actual giver doesn't actually show growth to me.
I agree. I agree. But I was just throwing that out there because you're absolutely right. She wasn't that person. And then I'm just wondering, like, was that the change that they want to see? Because, like, in my opinion, they really haven't shown her with a growth arc like they have shown Ashley. Like, I feel like
which
they
is
have
the
shown,
problem.
Yeah,
Everybody wants to I don't like
Big
Olivia.
problem.
I don't like the fact that they set us up with Olivia seasons 1 and 2 and then ended up here with nothing. She gives nothing. She gives nothing but looks.
I agree, because even in season 3, she relapsed, so that wasn't a growth. So you never.
She looks amazing. Her hair's fly. Her outfit is
given.
When she was set up to give so much more. There is no way that Layla should have surpassed her in character development and story arc, the way that she was set up. Because she was positioned as the most broken one. She was introduced to us that way. And they gave it to her. They literally gave us a whole group of little kids and said, this one right here, she really, really broke. Here.
Yeah.
And set her up to like grow and do something. And then now they have given us nothing.
Yeah. They gave us a little bit, but it's not nowhere near to the development that they really needed. Because I do remember in the beginning, she didn't even know what her, goal was. She didn't know what she wanted to do with her life. At least she did. Is at the point now where she want to go into journalism or at least some type of justice for people kind of thing. So at least she did have that. But I definitely agree. It's not nowhere near as a high arc as she was. I definitely agree.
Yeah, it seems like a big 360 for me. I feel like she's like unrecognizable to me. Like if you watch like season 1 of All American and then you come and watch like season 5 of All American, like nobody's saying that people can't change, but I feel like it's such a big character shift. It's like it's a whole new character, but she's been here since season 1, so I just not really understanding her motives anymore because it just seems very out of character. Well, at least the character that they introduced us to, like from the beginning. And I don't know. I just think that's really weird. I don't know if maybe the writers ran out of ideas or perhaps they are embracing like tropes or stuff like that, but it just doesn't make sense.
And also, I think that there's something to be said about shit, I'm having a brain fart again. There's something to be said, because like what you're saying that she's unrecognizable, that I feel like that is really my biggest qualm, because I literally behind Spencer I was rooting for Olivia the most. I like Layla, but I was rooting for Olivia the most.
Same.
And for us to be here going nowhere and going there fast, like they have this girl with so much conviction to go nowhere. You was convicted to do this article. This is going to change your career. Your journalism career is on the line. You ain't wrote an article today. You love this podcast and connected you to your blackness. You out at Crenshaw Kathy and did a podcast thing. Like, y'all not giving this girl nothing. Then you kill her daddy. At this point for me, and I'm going to go back to it, I definitely feel like I caved a little bit and kind of gave in at the start of season 4 because they went that way, and I'm like, all right, well, if we're going to do it, then we're going to do it. But they gave us Spolivia too soon. If y'all were going to take her down this selfish arc, if y'all were going to take her to this road of not being able to be a giver no more because she didn't want to do that, then you should not have put her with the ultimate giver. Period. They
Yep,
ruined Spolivia. And for
they
me,
did.
there's no
They
point in
ruined
that. This
everything.
airport scene, literally, like you just said, Kenny, with this 360, they just put us right back at the start of season 4.
Yeah, and it,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I do agree with that now. Because what was the point of the breakup? I mean, even and I do think they tap dancing in our face a little bit because Olivia did say this in season 5, like we broke up for a stupid reason. So I feel like they knew they broke up for a stupid reason, but they still had to break them up because this was the plan all along.
I don't know if they broke up for a stupid reason.
I think they did.
Because she was very much so committed.
This article was stupid.
She
Like
she
this
was
is not a
yeah.
Not happy, and she was focused on this article. They needed to not be together. They should not have been together as soon as they were. Like, you even think
Yeah.
about how it was going. Him, like, when he got to school and him having to practice, and then they have the moment where she's like, you do what you gotta do, don't worry about it. And they also have the moment about, but you have no time for me. And he's at fucking practice, like, she was exhausting.
Oh,
Honestly,
gosh.
they literally never set them up for
Exhausting.
success. And the breakup was supposed to happen because they were not in a healthy place, period. They just weren't. Olivia was at the time focusing on this article and avoiding,
but they wasn't in a healthy place because
focusing
of
on
this
the article.
which is I don't think was a big enough thing for them
It is
to
because
not
Spencer
be.
was suffering in the it is because Spencer was suffering in the back end, and she had no time or interest to care about his suffering. Aside from the thought of, oh, it's something inconvenient for you, but we didn't see her catering to his needs at all. We didn't see her, they didn't show her actually trying to lessen the load of what this article was meaning for his life. The same way that they had no problem with positioning her at the start of preseason when he's fighting to try to get a spot on the starting lineup and put extra pressure on him, something he don't need to coming into this football program. She wanted to be the one distraction that was okay. None of these distractions are okay. I was a collegiate athlete.
None.
Men go too.
Yes.
Women go too.
Everybody. Very true.
They didn't
Yeah.
even stick to her committing to, like, no, we're not going to do snack time. Go practice. I can FaceTime you. And they didn't even stick to that. So, like, all of their relationship is about her. They don't have her actually catering to him and, like, trying to even lessen the blows for any of the decisions that he made that could fall back on him. So, like, why are we together? So he can continue to suffer? I really believe that Spencer had to break up because she wasn't going to, because the relationship wasn't negatively affecting her. It was negatively affecting him.
She wasn't going to because she doesn't take any action in the relationship. She takes zero action.
How was it negatively affecting her besides being an inconvenience?
No, it was more than an inconvenience because maybe they ain't sure.
But her light never did because Spencer's did. These are her words. I'm just like, how did it really I really want to know, Tony, how did the relationship negatively affect her?
How did the relationship negatively affect her? I'm saying her trying to navigate the world of being in or figuring out what she want to do with her life and be in this relationship.
Her choices.
Yeah, it was
negatively affected her. The relationship did because Spencer sacrificed himself time and time again.
But she sacrificed too now. Y'all can't just say
she sacrificed.
She sacrificed her first article.
Yeah, what did she sacrifice? She has all the articles. I'm trying to understand.
Wade and was supposed to
NIL because she didn't like Davida and she didn't think that Spencer needed to make any money because NIL is the devil, but then I realized that Davida's actually okay and NIL is not the devil and now I'm letting something else. That's the article.
But that was a big article, and regardless of how it came about, it was a very big article, and her manager, or whoever the girl was, wanted her to put it out, and she didn't. She wrote a fluff piece about Halloween or something. So, I mean, she did. That was a big sacrifice. Her manager wanted her to put out that article. She didn't put out the article.
I don't think it's a sacrifice. I wouldn't use the word sacrifice. You see? Exactly.
I thought she didn't put it out. She did, and then when she didn't put it out, old boy said, "Well, I'm getting fired or something anyway. So here's some real tea. If I'm going down, these jokers going down too." And then she said, "Look, I got another article. I didn't put out that first one, because I was trying not to hurt, you know, you and your
And she
career,
makes the
but I'm
remark
going to
of
put
people
out this second.
pretending in relationships that never goes accounted for or addressed. Like, I'm sorry, Tony, you're not going to convince me that she sacrificed so much.
Oh no, I'm not saying she sacrificed so much. We're not going to go there now.
Because the article that she scrapped, she still wound up putting it out, and the delay wound up working in her advantage. Because the rights conspire for
strategic
her
move.
like they do. They literally conspire for her good.
Yeah.
In every way.
Yeah. I did, but I just feel
Every
like
single way.
when you are going up and you're trying to get your name out there, especially like in the journalism world, not every article matters, but it's like a big article with a big person that does matter. And at the time, how they was positioning Wade to be like this big guy.
I have a master's degree in biology. I was working at an organ procurement company for 2.5 years while I had my blog, trying to jump into journalism. Have never taken a journalism class, never taken media studies, had never done nothing. Got an internship at Vibe, got an internship at Blue, was going up to New York 3 days out the week, working my job 4 days out the week, hustling, writing a lot of stuff. My very first thing was not the thing that was going to make or break me. It's the string of things. So nobody is going to convince me, regardless of how big the person is. If she would have interviewed Michelle Obama, it still would not have been the thing that actually made her, because she would have had that Michelle Obama interview, and if she would have did nothing else, like she has done nothing else, then she would be nothing else. Because for the most part in media, you are what the
last thing you did.
And ultimately, like Barbara Walters, you become the string of things that you do over the course of time.
Yeah.
So no, it wasn't a sacrifice. And if we want to go ahead and count them, we can, because he still had to sacrifice more and continues to do so.
Absolutely.
Now, what do you think he sacrificed?
Constantly more.
He was in here
Oh my
fighting with
gosh.
his damn teammates. He was in there fighting with his damn, like, he's literally allowing his whole life to be uploaded or imploded.
He got into a fight with his teammate because his teammate called his girlfriend a bitch on the Instagram or on the thing or whatever you called her a hoe or whatever on the thing.
He called her a bitch because she was going after Wade. He didn't randomly wake up and say, you know what, that light-skinned hoe is a bitch. Like, she literally came after him, so he responded that way. In his support of her, because there is a toxic culture of teammates stick together regardless of who it is, he made a choice for his relationship, which is a sacrifice. He now sacrifices all his teammates' relationships.
So you think he did the right thing then? Like, he did the wrong thing?
Sacrifice is right or wrong. I'm saying the sacrifice happened. And it puts him in a position to suffer. That's what I'm saying. That's my only point. You wanted to basically make the point to me that Olivia has been negatively affected by their relationship, and I don't believe that she has. But he has. Right, wrong, or indifferent, he has. I think the difference between the two is he stands on the choices that he makes and doesn't pass that off onto her, or has tried his best to pass that off onto her in reference to resentment behind it or whatever. But Olivia don't always stand in her choices. She makes choices that she wants to hide her head and disregard the blank. Like, no.
Yep. No. And then she wants to say that she's pretending. What does that mean?
He never knew what that means, child.
What does that mean? Are we going to circle back to that conversation?
Like, if you want to bring up, she let go the article and put up that front piece in the same conversation. She told that man that she was pretending in the relationship.
But I didn't understand that either.
Literally.
Like, what was that? What was the, like, pretending what? What we doing? I just didn't understand that.
And that was literally right after. That was right after her so-called sacrifice.
But they made her say it.
But I was totally confused after that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get, like, we all put on faces, we pretend and da-da-da. But how did that correlate to your current relationship? Who was pretending? Was she pretending? Was he pretending? I was totally confused.
Clearly, she was pretending. Because
which also
she said it.
She's supposed to doing the breakup later on. because that was never actually addressed.
Exactly.
And when this boy released you so that you can go ahead and be happy, and you never actually said what the hell this pretending means, but he sees you smiling to keep in with other people, but when they get around you, it's contention and article and this, that, and the third, it's very clear, like, okay, wait,
Girl, that happened
Mm-hmm.
in real life.
Right. So obviously you, Olivia is the one who's pretending in this case. She said the words. Why would she say it if it's not her? Let's
Girl, they
start
say a
there.
lot of things in
Second
this
of all,
universe right now that you don't have no
They
understanding of.
are
Why would
very
she say
particular
that?
about what Olivia does say and what she don't say, because they ain't let so much slip yet. They refuse to
Mm-hmm.
give us so much that
But
she
then
actually should
these
say.
things are still
Yeah, but
unaddressed.
that's why I'm saying,
These
like,
things are
I
unaddressed.
was totally confused at that, what that meant. That whole thing, I understood that she threw away her original article to do that fluff piece, but I still don't understand what the pretend thing was about. I mean, that was just, maybe I'm just not that
I mean,
Well,
educated in the
I
the
matter.
think the
context, I felt like they were alluding to the fact that she was pretending. It rubbed me the wrong way. Like,
mm-hmm.
it's
It did
so much.
rub me the wrong way too, but
No,
I
I'm
just didn't understand it.
something else rubbed me the wrong way. That like it was just confirmed with that. So like when she had the little meeting, like
Yeah.
Spencer and her were supposed to spend the day together, but then she had the meeting with the journalist at her house, and those were all her friends, but it came out of no damn where, and she was keeping yucking it up with
Mm-hmm.
them. Meanwhile, 2 episodes before, she felt like Spencer didn't need to have new friends, but now all of a sudden y'all have given her a whole group of new friends from her job that she loves so much.
Like,
All
what's
of
that
them.
about? And not to mention, I feel like what confirmed that she was pretending
But
more
she
than
did
anything
acknowledge that. Now
is
you
all
gotta
those
admit, she did say,
weeks.
"Look, maybe that's how they came up with the damn vortex name." Because she was like, "Look, I've been so on
Oh
her
my
all
gosh.
that
Okay,
time."
acknowledging what? Acknowledging that she do have friends, or acknowledging that she was wrong for wanting Spencer not to have friends?
Yes,
Because
she
she never
did
acknowledged that.
acknowledge that. She did acknowledge that that Spencer, that she was
She
wrong for
okay
not having,
Mm-hmm.
Davita.
huh?
She okay Davita.
No, they had a
After so
whole
She's like,
conversation
okay.
and everything. You don't think?
Davita and her.
Yeah, but even before that, you don't think that when they were at the cafe or whatever, and they had that whole little diatribe where she was like, "That's why I don't, we're in the vortex. That's why I don't trust people so easily. That's why I was so harsh on Davita. Oh my God, I was wrong for that. That's what
That's what
prompted
I
her."
said. She okay Davita.
But I'm saying her acknowledging the fact that she was wrong is what
The
sent
bar
her that way.
is in hell. The bar is in hell because she did not
So what
actually
are we
like
supposed to do, girl?
accountability. She threw out some specific cliff notes of what was going on, how from her perspective, but she did not acknowledge it from a point of like, I should not keep people from you. I have to be able to share you with the like. That was not the case. She got to talk to Vita, and she better understood, and she realized that Vita wasn't a threat, I guess, and then she was okay with Vita. That I did not leave that episode thinking that this would not happen
I
again if
agree.
another pretty brown girl came down the street tomorrow and him and Spencer was doing science experiments together.
Mm-hmm.
That to me was
And also, it was not her original idea. Like, who was, I think Coop gave some speech to them and it was like, we the vortex, we have to let people
No, that was
in, blah, blah,
Jamie
blah.
that said,
And,
y'all a vortex.
oh, was that Jamie? Like, I don't know, somebody was giving that. I wasn't really
Yeah,
paying
but when she
attention.
said
But
that
somebody
triggered
said,
Olivia. Now I agree.
yeah, that triggered
The bar
Olivia to be
is
like, oh,
low,
well, this is
but
the
the bar is
perfect thing
the
to
low
bar
say
is
because
instead of, I'm just
the bar is
jealous.
so low because we have to take what we can get when they give us
but
something.
that's not fair because
Oh my gosh.
Spencer's bar is so high. I would be fine if everybody's bar is in hell, but everybody's bar is not in hell. It's only
I
Olivia's.
don't think everybody. I don't feel like everybody. I feel like this. The little information that they are
Layla,
telling us, we have to work with what they have given us. They ain't giving us much.
okay, and they have given us a pedestalized Olivia Baker.
I agree. I definitely agree with that.
And I get to
Mm-hmm. They
criticize that
have.
for what the hell
I
it
agree with
is.
that. I definitely agree with that. She can't do no wrong, and they plopping her anywhere.
And all y'all can say that without
Literally
pointing out what
anywhere.
I feel like she is wrong.
I agree. I mean, I definitely
Mm-hmm.
agree, but I'm just saying,
So
like,
for me, I brought that moment up about her with the journalism friends because that to me tied to those were all the Easter eggs being led to the pretend conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, girl, you have a whole other life that we don't actually get to see. Do Spencer get to see it? Do Spencer get to feel it? Do he get to, like, no. That's what it's alluding to.
Yeah. And I think they were trying to show
And
that
he
they
got
was
his
changing, but they
answer.
didn't do
He
a
got
good
his
job at
answer.
that either, because they were saying like how she like jazz now and how she like oat milk and her.
They spent that whole episode when they're supposed to be dating, when they could reset the board and they showed exactly how incompatible they are and how they're not getting together.
Yeah, that was bad.
They have literally nothing to talk about.
But
I think that
pretending relationships coming from the girl who does the least. Okay, great. Thank you.
Goodness.
I definitely points have been made.
Even that.
But I think.
Like, oh no, that's not the coffee I like anymore. I couldn't even be bothered to tell. I don't have the time to do it, but the petty in me wants to go through the seasons and take tally marks. I swear I do. I swear I do. Because everybody.
Oh my gosh.
No, you're not.
That's a good video idea, Erica.
I don't think you are a crazy
just
hater.
tallying it up.
I just think like the writing has been so dumbed down that we have to infer a lot, and we have to take, like you said, these little eggs and make them bigger than what they really are, because they're not giving us. So when she do say sorry,
they aren't giving us much.
Ran across the street and down the hall naked saying sorry.
and when you do it across all the characters, then that would be fine. But for Olivia, we get the bare minimum. But for Spencer, we got deep breathing, intense stares, always like. It's just
and I don't like
so much
the fact that they always got him like that. Because I didn't feel like
he's literally in terror all the time, and I don't see Olivia
why they got him like that.
Add in, like she just add in to the terror, and I'm like, this is not. I don't want to watch this anymore. Like
I don't understand why they got him like that though. Because it's not necessary.
Terror.
Like maybe I am also saying that she hasn't suffered because we don't get to visually see.
No, we don't.
We are beat over the head with it with Spencer.
We are.
Yeah.
We are. I definitely agree with that. Because even when she said
but I don't think she's suffering though.
He was happy for her, but then the last thing you saw was him and Tara.
The first thing he has a nightmare, half nightmares, half comedy. She's going away for the summer. Relax.
Yes. Yeah.
It's 3 months. That's literally nothing.
That's doing that because you and Coach Kenny only having dinner every other month or once a month. So take it behind over there if you care that bad. Like, get off my nerves about it.
Right. I do feel like 3 months is a lot can happen in the summer in 3 months, honey. I'm just saying. She gonna come back with another man.
And you know what? Spencer deserves that.
Ooh.
I'm done.
Spencer deserves that.
I'm literally at the point where Patience can die. Olivia can go find somebody else. Jordan could break his legs. I don't really care what happens. Like, I am so
not the broke leg.
So done.
Oh my gosh. I can't.
Not broke legs. Don't take that man Achilles.
I'm over it. We need a reset and I'm tired. So this need to be it. This need to be it.
Yeah. I'm tired because, like, oh my gosh, no, they really wasted those 20 episodes. They really did, because I'm like, that is so much space for some character development, and I feel like we've done nothing. We've gotten nowhere. We're right back to square one, as you said. But I wanted to say to Tony, right, like the part where you were like, the breakup was like pointless, right? I think that Olivia saying that she was pretending, right? Not to go back, but I'm just saying. I feel like Spencer got his answer for those weeks that she was not speaking to him and was enjoying herself with other people. And he was just broken. and he was just sad over it. Like imagine you just sad over somebody and you just pass and you just see them hanging out with their friends, laughing, giggling, enjoying their life, and it's like, wow, well, I guess you enjoy life without me in it. Like I don't understand what else he should have done except for break up with her.
I
I
don't
don't
understand
know
that either.
what in this season led us back to this.
I'm not saying they should not have broken up. I just feel like the main reason why they broke up was because of this article. It wasn't.
No, it was because Olivia's clearly happy without him. And she showed that in her actions.
I didn't feel
She only
like
started
that.
getting unhappy when she saw Spencer getting happy with Alicia, which is wild. They chose to do it that way. Like, she literally was like, I have not felt this way since Spencer with old journalism boy. And then she gets a glimpse of Spencer not being happy, and it's like, no, journalism boy, I gotta go back with a smile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy.
They literally had her say, I have not felt butterflies since Spencer, and I feel it with this boy.
Yeah.
What?
But he was only on
Yeah.
one episode. What was the reason? But see, then we back to what was the reason
She
for
wants
that?
Spencer to be miserable and she wants to be happy while he's miserable. It's really giving. She wants to be happy while Spencer's miserable.
But Tony, I think she got a different perspective. I'm taking from what you just said. But what you say, Tony?
Hold on. I gotta get an understanding. Bible saying all that get an understanding. Now what you say again? She wants to be happy while he miserable.
No, I'm just saying that is what they are showing us. I am not saying that is the intention.
Like, I don't think, based off of what they gave us, it's not wild for me to jump to a place of like, you literally aren't concerned if he's happy. You're really concerned if you're happy. And you just have to not be happy seeing him happy with somebody else. So now you got to do something.
That's what I'm saying.
I can see that.
If we work with what we're seeing.
I could definitely, if you take that opinion, I wouldn't be mad.
Lamette, can you please go to bed, baby? Because this is not like we supposed to needed to come out. Nobody said it didn't. However, she could have done more in reference to supporting her man who was going through toughness by way of backlash from that particular.
I think the article did need to come out. I don't know if she had to be the one to do it.
She didn't. But we're gonna go ahead and get it because she's the queen.
No, she didn't have to be the one.
We're gonna give her the article. Support your man.
Yeah. I'm like, you want to be a journalist. You have your whole journalism career. Like, she's acting like this was the end all be all. And it isn't. Like, Mom, you're 18. What are you talking about?
The person is saying, oh my God, she had a jealous moment. It's not like she's holding Spencer from having friends. Not only did she have a jealous moment with Anita, she took the jealousy, which everybody experiences and which is natural, which is you're correct, and decides to turn it into a journalistic mission to take down NIL deals for everybody. So why y'all trying to trivialize and be like, oh, she's so normal and she's so...
Nah, that wasn't normal.
If she would do normal stuff and leave it at that and not try to keep it...
But she did come back around.
Okay, but you cannot be mad at somebody who is frustrated with her for doing that. Because the rest of us, I'm in journalism. I might like somebody. I don't get the plaster the hole that he went all over whatever. And like, I just don't get to do that. It's not sensible. It's just not. So why y'all out here fighting this girl? That's perfectly fine. She's normal. She has jealous reactions, but she also has nuclear reactions that she don't deserve to have.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Writing the article was a little crazy, but I thought that they did do a good job with her manager rejecting her idea initially. It wasn't until she got the Wade story about how he screwed up his NIL deal that she even accepted it. So I
neither here nor there. Because she literally thought it was a good idea to go after Neil deals, and her boyfriend is broke.
Yeah.
And this is finally asking you to get paid for their damn labor, and you're going after this because of a girl.
Yeah. But honestly,
that's another thing. We want to believe believe that she's an activist. We want to believe that she understands certain things and represents her blackness now. But then they also give us this conversation where Spencer's unloading the damn dishwasher and she's mad unloading the dishwasher at her house. And she's mad
Right.
about the NIL deal. And this man don't got 2 pennies to rub together to pay for nothing, living in the beach house that this ass can't afford because he want to kick it with his bros. And she don't get that.
Yeah.
Well, I could understand why she wouldn't get that because she in a bubble. And I like the fact that he had to show her, like, hey, you ain't right.
You have been with Spencer for 3 months and y'all been doing whatever the hell y'all been doing all summer. Now, no, you don't
Remember, she was gone all summer. Remember, she went to journalism camp.
She was.
all summer. That was the whole point.
She was in journalism camp.
She was in journalism.
Yeah, she was in
She
journalism.
was gone, girl.
And this
But my
year
gosh.
after, girl, she's been around Spencer way too long to not understand. And then also, in the moment while he's unloading the dishwashers at your house, telling you the good things about this, you're literally arguing him down about it when it has no effect on you at all.
Yeah.
But a huge effect on him.
Yeah.
Y'all,
And I think they did. I didn't mind that they had that discussion, though. I didn't mind that
discussion, but it points to where she's at, and y'all want me to believe that she's one thing that she's not, because her actions are something else.
Right.
Yeah. But we all have to
And
grow
it makes her
and
look
learn
like a
and
bad
mature. Like,
journalist too.
I'm not mad because she is not an athlete, so I wasn't mad at the fact that she didn't understand the issues of him needing or wanting or supporting NIL versus not supporting
It's
NIL.
one thing to not support it and not understand it, but then to actively take action to tear it down after
Yeah.
some other stuff.
Yeah.
It's one thing to not understand.
And that's bad. That's bad journalism. That's bad journalism. Because she's being biased towards her opinion about the topic. And when he's trying to give us some type of different perspective, which is nice of a partner to do, she's like kind of shooting it down, like, like it could only be this one way.
Her position in his life, because in that specific moment, well, since I'll never understand what you got going on, I'm gonna just go. So even in that tone, it's like you can't even just have the conversation of like, oh, this is dope that they're actually having the worlds collide, and like you don't really get it, but then she weaponizes it and makes him at fault for bringing that point to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, we've been talking
That's just wild.
Right.
night. It feels like 2 hours. If you missed it,
My
catch
gosh.
the replay, and I feel like after hour 2 is where we're at with Spolivia. Tony, so you feel like they should have missed each other.
I definitely
You're
feel
here
like
for the relationship coming back together, though? Is that where you're at with it?
I'm like you. I want to see more detail. I am a detail-oriented person, so the nuances, the little tidbits is what gets me going. I don't want to see no regurgitation of old stories. I don't want to see no flashbacks. We ain't even hit the 100 episodes. Somebody said, why we having flashbacks when we ain't even at 100?
It's like, y'all gonna go give us flashbacks when you could have just showed us.
For real. Like, be for real, for real.
They gave us flashbacks from summer, and they could have just showed us the
They could have just showed us the summer. Now, I'm not gonna lie, season 3, I did kind of like how they showed us the Easter eggs throughout. I thought that was kind of dope. How they led up to the cabin scene. I thought that was kind of
I do agree. I thought it was. I'm not even gonna hold you. But Vegas is where I draw the fuck out.
You in that Vegas scene. You in that Vegas.
Ain't no way in hell.
That Vegas episode.
Even then, if y'all go back to
I can't.
wake up. Why y'all want to play like, oh, Erica's always hated Olivia? Motherfucker,
No.
my videos are up.
You didn't always hate Olivia. You did.
I don't even hate her now. I'm disappointed in where they took her, and they got me wasted. They got me invested in the character that's wasted.
Right, even in season 4, in the beginning, when they were in their senior year dating, you was very okay with how they was going about it, because how they were in the relationship, they was very much supportive of each other. It wasn't until they got in college that they turned it to me. Like, okay, what is we doing? How did they?
If y'all go back to me talking about Vegas, I was frustrated with Olivia. Yeah, because I felt like she ran off because she was saying that she don't deserve this type of love, and she does. And I felt better for her all the while. I should have rooted for her to run because she's a man.
I thought she did right by running. Like you never agreed with that. You thought she should have stayed and had the conversation and dealt with the issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
I totally felt different because again, they are in this group of friends. They both know that them being together is about to tear some shit up. We're not about to play it. Them choosing to
Okay,
be
but we can have a
And you
together,
conversation.
shouldn't have kissed him.
but it was looking good.
Plus, the kiss had
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Yeah,
All the
sometimes the body won't, but the mind
Yeah.
know you ain't supposed to have.
and by God, putting the smile, you didn't already initiated, so go ahead and finish.
Okay.
Had they not kissed, I would be like,
Exactly.
okay, go ahead and run. But you had this profession, and you
A kiss.
and you wanted it, no.
Yeah. I can see both sides, but I didn't think that was a bad choice, like a bad writing decision that she would run
No,
away. It was
it was a
actually
heartbreaking.
kind of lot.
It wasn't a bad writing choice. It was a heartbreaking line, and honestly, I felt like
Mm.
how I have felt in like being able to identify now and further along in my adulthood when I literally made choices to sabotage myself because I didn't think I deserved. That is literally why I felt like this is a problem for me because I truly felt like Olivia had earned Spencer. And not even with him, but like all that she was doing for everybody else and like all the work that she had done in her life.
Yeah.
I really felt like she had earned that moment and to get to be, and that's what she had wanted. And for her to run away, it just broke my heart because it just reminds me of us as Black women, kind of like never, but like having a hard time walking into blessings for us.
Accepting good things.
Yeah.
We do have a hard time.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Sometimes you do have to just
Definitely.
receive and accept when you get something.
But then when
Girl, I
you
told you
realize
I'm
that
suffering with that. I'm a giver. I struggle to take. It's very hard.
and then when you get contacts and you realize she went to Mexico and you go back to the first episode and realize that she did all this over and then ran her ass across that Lives Matter
God.
mural, that's where the decline happens.
It's the Black Lives Matter mural for me.
It's the doing it knowing.
No,
But
it really
you
is.
gotta remember, like, this is her man. Like, they are technically still together. Like, I don't. That's where I
Actually, for everybody.
Are they?
not at that
So I don't
point.
even hear it. And then also, you literally went to Mexico and saw him frolicking in the sun with another girl. Like, you did all this knowing. Like, the way that it just felt like y'all should not have did that part like that. Like, for y'all to give us a flashback and she knows all of this going in and then still does this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't like
Yep.
the run and jump thing. Not knowing that he was frolicking in the city.
That was just messed up. That was
Like,
just
it was like
that
the
was messed
hotel
up.
runoff twice. One happened in Beverly Hills and one happened in Vegas.
Yeah.
And Spencer looked the same dumbness as like both times, just wanting, just left here wanting.
I do going
Ooh.
forward. I do want to see different emotions from her. We cannot see the same.
Yes,
Oh my
sad
gosh.
face.
you want to be sad? I want her to give you a reason to make you sad. More reasons. Because I'm tired. You should have told yourself already. You had a bad with a booty. And you didn't choose that. So at this point, Rick Havoc, Olivia, go ahead. I submit. Rick Havoc.
Take it
We
out.
do see him too sad too much. I do agree. And we don't see
Oh my
her like
gosh.
up and downs
Too
enough either.
much.
Like we ain't seeing nothing from
No,
her.
because she's only up, baby. It's only winning over here. Even when she
Mm-hmm.
lost, she won.
And that's okay, but even if you see like,
She getting
okay,
everything.
that bad thing happened, but I'm gonna get him next time. You know what I'm saying? So she's not still
Oh
down in
gosh.
that sense,
Yeah.
but you know that she just had a misstep or some type of way. You know, I even would have wanted.
If Olivia does Spencer, how Spencer did Layla.
Oh my, listen. Oh my god.
Girl.
Goodness. Goodness.
And then 3 months happened, great summer happened, and then things are different.
Girl, for all I
Oh my
listen,
gosh. Oh my gosh.
throw it away. We
Imagine
don't want to see it.
if that happens.
You don't want
We can. I
Oh
do not
no.
want to see no regurgitated stories. No, we been there, done that.
So it's like bring new
Yes, I
ideas
need
to
to
the
see the
table.
new idea. Now I
if we
wouldn't
want to
mind her.
regurgitate the good ones. If we gonna
I
regurgitate.
wouldn't. You know what? I wouldn't mind her
For
coming
real.
back saying like maybe she married, but it was just so the person could get a green card or something. You know what I'm saying? But the boy really got feelings or something like that.
Oh my.
You gonna take your ass 5,000 miles across the Atlantic, and you gonna give
Tony is like
this to
90 Day
a man you
Fiance.
don't know, but you couldn't give back at her. If she do that, I'm done, Tony.
Oh
I
my
am
god.
done. Yeah,
I mean, at least it's not a regurgitation.
it won't be a regurgitation, but when I tell you I'm gonna be so done, because what is wrong with Spencer that he can't get it?
Nothing. But the man needed a
Mm-hmm.
green card, child.
The man needs a green card and she is supporting love. Spencer needs to not be abandoned and supported.
Yes.
But okay.
She gonna come back loving him. Then we gonna come back. But I do
Oh
agree.
god.
This
No.
season,
I want her to
they need
come
to just
back and them to have a
keep it cute, keep it
conversation.
mute. Do you think they should go forward, like skip some scenes?
And they need to be cute and mute on the side, and I don't want to hear nothing. Don't put no comments in my nothing about how
Mm-hmm.
because I do. And you got extra
I
around right now.
agree. Now, should they like skip years, or should they
I don't
just
want
go
them
back into the sophomore
to
year?
Spolivia wedding and don't tell me how they got there. They can keep that shit.
You think they're gonna start off with a
They
wedding?
could really keep it.
Some people have said they want a time jump for them to be out in their careers and like doing life.
I don't know about that.
Completely out
Oh,
of
please
their
no,
job.
because they haven't they if that was the plan, they need to give more this season, and we've gotten literally
Yeah,
crumbs at this point. Like there's been no conversation. Like I can't even like expect what's Bolivia's relationship. Like what
right. Are
relationship
they?
are they
I'm still
stepping
confused
into
as
now?
if they together or not at this point. Like I said that earlier. Like I think they together, but
Mm.
are they really? Because did they say you my man, you my girl, or did they say we gonna be exclusive, or did they kiss? Because
I
a
think
kiss to me is just a kiss.
Ah,
I
You ain't
think
my man until you
yeah.
say it. Okay. I need hardcore verbal enunciation because I don't want to hear no we was just kicking. I don't want to hear we was just playing. I need to know. It need to be etched in stone. Just in
I
case you
can't.
do something, I can slice and dice and not feel not another way.
oh now you want I think that this is it. So rejoice for Olivia's, but I think that this is it in reference to my slice and dice and car. I have had it.
Okay.
This is all y'all gonna hear from me moving forward.
We're at the end of the line
I'm
here.
kind of like
We're literally at the end
I
of the
really
line.
don't. Again, they haven't had a conversation. I mean, he did say I love you, but that was it. Like, where is the
I
we
think the
gonna get
conversation that
back
needs to
together?
be the
I
conversation
need
we
to hear
need
that.
is not are we
Right.
together. The conversation is we need to address what we have not addressed. That's the
The
conversation that
conversation
needs to be had.
needs to be how do we be together? What do I need from this relationship? What do you need from this relationship? But we're never getting
I mean,
Exactly.
even that would have been great. Like, I feel like they should have spent the whole day together and trying to figure that out.
they did. They put the whole day together
But
looking at the picture color book
bullshit though.
that deals with all the wrong
Eating sushi
They
on the
spent the
Beverly
whole day on
Bench.
BS though. Even if they would have spent the whole day on BS and people was interrupting them while they was trying to have a conversation with a thing better than me.
My thing is why give them this whole day together and then be like, oh well, we still have to have that talk. We still have to have that talk. Like you're together now. There's nobody there. Have the talk. You know what I mean? It's annoying. It's really annoying. It's so annoying. Like you have that and they're sitting on eating sushi. Like what is this?
I
Get to
think
the
we
talking.
do need a
Like
time
you know
jump,
what I
but I'm
mean? We
not
have
for
food.
sure if we should go like they're gone and out of college time jump. Maybe they go to senior year or something, maybe.
I am actually working spec script to talk about where I think they should pick up with season 6. So that will be a video that y'all will be able to see how I would have it played out. I'm going to save my thoughts for that.
Yeah, I think I saw that. You talking about breaking them up and they ain't even together yet, child.
But I knew that they were going to be. I knew that this was coming. Like, this is so with this one. I knew it was coming. Nothing about being out aside from Jordan and Layla, which actually is not actually messed up. They actually helped what I would do with them because now it may add more stakes because now they're getting married. But like literally, I started this already. I've already outlined it. I've already started writing it. Nothing has changed because nothing was a surprise.
Yeah.
Not even patience.
Nothing was, not even Patience getting stabbed was a surprise. Not even Patience getting stabbed was a surprise. Like, I feel like everything was so predictable. I was like, okay, so this is gonna happen.
By what they did in the finale. And I started writing this 3 episodes ago.
Wow.
Wow.
Just throw it away.
Wow.
$5.
Remember the good old days when All American used to surprise us, make us want to have stimulating conversation.
Back in the day, you was not playing no game. You was watching All American live. I watched it now.
Exactly.
At 4 p.m. before these lives. I'm like, oh, I gotta watch. The day after.
No, like it's to the point now I have to put an alarm on my phone to remind me that All American starts at 8 o'clock because like, you know, back in season 2 and season 1, I'm like, oh my gosh, I know it. Immediately All American is 8 o'clock. We roll around that time. I could just feel it in my bones. Now I need an alarm to let me know. Because I'm just like, here we go again. Like, I don't know what we're in for today.
Yeah, that's
Well, y'all, thank y'all so much for joining me, having this long ass conversation. Tony, I appreciate you. I respect you.
You know, even though we don't agree, we do agree.
We do. Awesome.
Just for different reasons.
And you know what? I can probably hear you out of very few I can actually hear certain things from because it actually be back in something. Like you actually have thought it out and you're like, you know what? This is why I feel this.
Yeah.
Because Spolivia and stop trying to pedestalize her answer. And I'm just like, never. Coming down. God damn it.
I'm with you.
No, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Kenny, for joining me, y'all. Thank you for. Let me go back.
All right.
Of course.
Do a whole proper sign out. Ciao. Lord help us. We made it.
I know we did make it.
We made it 65.
It's finally
we need
over.
To go live for power now. Live on Friday for power.
Oh, I do. That freaking leak. Oh my God, ruined my life. But
I ain't watch it.
Good. Me either. I haven't watched it yet either. I've been dodging the freaking spoilers like the plague.
Even though 50 Cent said go on and watch it because it's some bullshit. Girl.
Oh, I can't.
He said only stars, child. Only stars.
Right. See y'all later. All right, y'all. We are 4 hours and 30 minutes in, and we're gonna get ready to call it a night. Lamech, bro. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. At the end of the day, you love Olivia, babes, and that's perfectly fine. At the core, my biggest issues are one with how she's written is so different than what she was initially presented as. So I have qualms with the writers about that. And then two, if I'm taking the character for who they have given us, she has a lot that she needs to improve on. I think that there's so much that she needs to do, and she doesn't just get to be given things because y'all want her to have them or because she's beautiful. She needs to, like everybody else, earn and be accountable to things. When I brought up the point about how given she was in a relationship to Asher, it really boggles my mind to think about how she has been in a relationship with Spencer, because if anybody deserved all of her, it's Spencer, and he hasn't gotten that. And you can love her down, and you can think that she's beautiful, and you can think that Sam is the best thing walking. That's cool. But the fact of the matter is, the relationships look a lot different. The effort looks a lot different, and it doesn't make me an evil person for saying so. If you don't agree, that's cool, but you're not gonna get me to believe the fallacies that you might believe because you believe it. I want you to do and feel whatever, think whatever makes you the happiest. but also I'm going to be honest on my platform and what's honest to me. And I'm going to give you the reasons why. You don't have to refute it. I'm always open to have a conversation, but it has to be a conversation grounded in receipts. It has to be a conversation grounded in actually processing and putting together an argument that is not simply because she's Olivia, because that's not how it works. It doesn't even work like that for Spencer. You made a comment of like, oh, Spencer wasn't messed up for hooking up with Layla. He was 100% messed up for it. The difference is he also atoned and apologized for it. He knew he was dead ass wrong. We don't get to see those moments. And I would love for us to be able to see those moments with Olivia. It's not, the issues are not the mistakes that she makes. For me, most of the time, the issues is that she makes those mistakes with little to no regard and no accountability. And they allow her to do so. They write her that way. Meanwhile, characters like Spencer have to sit in it, have to apologize, have to go to people. It's just not fair. And it's supposed to be his show. I have the same expectations for Jordan. Had the same ones for Layla. It's no different. But, you know, that's just it. Dominic, thank you so much for holding it down. I didn't know we were going to go for 4 hours, over 4 hours. Thank you for moderating beautifully. I appreciate you. Shout out to all the members. Kimberly, good night, honey. Kofi, good night. Keish, good night. Shari, good night. Friday, good night. Not me losing my voice, child. Shout out to all y'all. I appreciate you joining. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel and having these conversations with me. We made it through season 5, y'all. We have finished. We have arrived at the end. Again, I do have a script that I'm working on, which I would love to be, well, not love to be, but what I would be pitching as the idea for season 6. I actually will be casting for people to play particular roles. So look out on my community tab as well as in the Discord for that. If you would love to do some type of voiceover work and potentially be a part of it, because that is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to present the episode as an audio podcast with the episode. So that's the announcement for the night. And I cannot wait to do so. I'm really, really excited for the ideas and the stories that I would take the route that I would take these characters in reference to their stories. And I think that y'all will really, really enjoy it. So that should be coming shortly. Hopefully in the next couple weeks, you'll be able to see that. Good night, Queen Michaela. Good night, Kimberly Lou. Good night, Alexandria. Good night, Tony. How do you become a member? In the description box, I have a link to click to join and become a member, or you can check the join button if you see it on the next to the subscribe button, or where the subscribe button would be if you're already subscribed. But typically I put the link in every single description box, so you click that link and it'll take you to the page to be able to select which membership you want to join. And thank you so much for consider joining the membership and supporting me and the channel and the content that I create here. Y'all are utterly amazing. I literally am losing my voice of giving my all, and I appreciate y'all tolerating my ranting and raving. I hope that it was enjoyable. If you're watching this on the replay, be sure to hit that like button, and drop your comments and your thoughts. Please, please, please. You know what? I'm not even going to. If you want to defend Olivia Baker, do so in the comments. You got it. This is your path. Go for it, but still keep it respectful. But go for it, babes, because this is the season finale. We got a little bit of a break. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I hope you have an amazing rest of your week. Enjoy. Be safe. And I will see you in my next video.